They both were terrible. Awful.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Boy, you ain't got that heater fixed yet, huh?
No. I almost came with a jacket today.
Live from Antarctica.
I almost came with a jacket. Oh, it's freezing. Man, I do, but I should need one. The hell? It is cold. It wasn't that cold over the weekend. Today is cold. That cold weather sure is cold.
I'm shooting Trey a note that says we're playing for Thursday at 2:20, Jesse. And then I'll kind of get a feel for how he responds. And I'll try to get him. I'll see if I can get him to get on the stream with us. See, y'all get the show playing. We playing in a big week, man. We got the 49ers in the
it's championship week, baby. Come on now. It's championship week.
Always yes, sir. Beat LA. Always beat LA.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that was fantastic.
What's going on, Cheryl?
Cheryl, what's happening? Indeed. Well, it'd be good. Niners, Bengals. I mean, anything with the Niners in it would be good. I mean, Niners, Bengals, you got history. Niners, Chiefs, you got recent history.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No doubt, man. Phenomenal. Just absolutely phenomenal yesterday.
Yeah. The
209, we see you, baby.
Definitely not going for it, but Rams Chiefs would be interesting.
Sure. Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
What's good, baby? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. We are so happy that you are here with us. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And it's a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1866. Go City 6. At least, you know, as long as the 49ers keep winning, it's going to be a 49ers Monday. I decided I was originally going to take the week off because I thought my partner would be unbearable.
I mean, I had it too. If you needed to, I had it. You know what I'm saying?
I just I know.
Keep cooking. Keep cooking.
I know it would be 4 hours of you patting yourself on the back. I just took one glance at the rundown. And I know there's plenty of Kenny Caraway to pat himself on the back.
There's some Kenny Horowitz moments. Hashtag Kenny Horowitz.
However, due to the fact that the San Francisco 49ers eliminated Aaron Rodgers, I'm all here for it, dog.
You said the 49ers,
I'm all here for it.
You said the San Francisco 49ers did what?
They eliminated Aaron Rodgers.
Let's go.
Advanced to the NFC Championship. Just like I said they would.
And proved me right. And I said, I don't even think this was the last game of the season, Damien. I think it was week 17. I said, man, the road is kind of hard, man. We're gonna have to do some things to get in there. Road is tough. Don't get it twisted, because I don't think the Saints are gonna lose anymore this year. Niners, yeah, they should beat the Texans, but that Rams game is gonna be tough at SoFi. The road is tough. But if we get in there, watch out. All I heard after that, when I said, if we get in, Watch out. All I heard was loud ones, long ones.
That's cap.
That's all I heard.
That's cap.
That's all I heard.
That's cap.
Kenny
did not.
Homer way.
Oh,
Kenny Homer way.
No, it's Homer Capaway.
Homer Capaway.
Homer Capaway is the name.
That's all I heard. And I said, hey, man, let me just get in the dance.
No.
And then I even had to go last week. I got it.
This is why.
Right here. Where's he at? Is he in here? Should I wait till I make sure he's in here? My man, I don't see him in here. I'm looking. Where they at? I'm looking. I'll say it anyway. John Pools, 1:19:22 at 2:00 p.m.
Right here.
They're going home on Saturday night. Quote unquote. Anybody else got some quotes they want to say right now? Start it now. I've got the pen ready. The pen is ready. The pad's right here in front of me. Anybody else got something they want to say that's hip hop quotable out here right now? We can do this.
You know how you make a decision and you instantly regret it? That's the first 3 minutes of this show. I had already told Danny in San Francisco, like, look, man, if this go the way, I don't know if I could do it. Like, Kenny's capable. He got 4 hours. We don't even need guests, which we got today. Eric Crocker is going to be here. Matt George is going to be here. James Ames is going to be here. We ain't even need that. Just open the mic. Let Kenny. Don't even tell Kenny when we're going to commercial. Just let him keep talking. Let him keep talking from 12 to 3:56 in 10 seconds for 5 days. And I'll come back the week after.
Hey, look, man. Just humble hearts, man. Humble hearts. We're going into the NFC Championship game. I'm happy about that. I got humble hearts here. I'm confident. I'm confident in the squad. I've been confident in the squad for much of the year. They upset me when they weren't playing up to their capabilities. And they didn't deserve a flip side, but flip side is back. It's ready to go. It's on the board. They got the only team that gives a damn about Drake Bars right now is the San Francisco 49ers. So we got 49ers postseason playoff Drake Bars coming on. I mean, humble hearts, man. We just out here trying to play, man.
We've heard Drake Bars more times following 49ers wins than we have Kings wins, which
it's a damn shame.
Wow.
Kings have played 45 times at this point.
Incredible. And then the 49ers have damn near as many wins as the Kings do in that time frame. The debacle that is the the Sacramento Kings will be addressed later. We're not going to let them ruin our show, but I'll tell you, Daryl Morey.
Oh my God.
I love me some Daryl Morey. He it's D.L. Hughley, Cedric the Entertainer, Steve Harvey, Bernie Mac, and now Daryl Morey as the original Kings of Comedy. Because that dude is funny. We'll let you know why, though I'm guessing y'all already know.
This dude.
Plenty on the way, but let's give roses not to Kenny Caraway because
not giving to me.
He went and picked his own. You don't need to give him any. Let's give them to the San Francisco 49ers. 9-2 over their last 11 games. They are playing phenomenal football right now. And how about Aaron Rodgers? 0 for 4. Never won. 0 for 4 versus the San Francisco 49ers in the playoffs. And he's been walked off twice. But that's the best quarterback in the game. That's what I heard. That's the guy. That's the man.
Trying to tell us, man.
That's blue chipper right there.
I got comprehensive breakdowns of his whole playoff career. We can get to that now. We can get to it later. It really don't matter to me. It's going to be sitting here forever. We can get to it every day for the next week. I don't care. But a comprehensive breakdown. Once again, somebody hashtag Kenny Horowitz.
Oh, great.
And Damien, you were probably on this here too. You could be Damien Horowitz here too.
No, there's only.
I told you it was going to happen. I told you it was going to happen, and probably in like August. probably in August. They're going to go 13-3 again. They're going to choke in the playoffs again because that's what he do. And where's that dude? Matter of fact, while I'm checking people off, where's the dude that was talking about, I said, Aaron Rodgers don't do good in the playoffs. He don't do good in the freezing temperatures. And he came in here and he wanted to be, he's 28-6 in freezing weather. I said, boy, we ain't talking about the Lions. We ain't talking about going up against the Vikings and the Bears. We talking about the playoffs. And when it gets cold, he can't get it done. He can't get it done. It's as simple as that. He can't get it done,
whether it's warm or cold. He can't get it done in the playoffs. He's never going to get it done in the playoffs.
Facts, man. Facts.
Aaron Rodgers is a phenomenal regular season quarterback.
It's super talented. Maybe one of, if not the most talented quarterback we've ever seen in this game.
I wonder if the NFL media is going to Giannis him. He about to win his second straight MVP. I wonder if the NFL media is going to go, yo, we can't, we can't keep giving this man the MVP award if he's not getting it done in the postseason.
That's a good call. They might need to. But look, if they were going to give it to him, they would have given it to him already knowing what was going to happen. We already knew what time it was. And sure enough, I turned on ESPN earlier this morning. And there goes somebody already at it. Well, the offensive line was makeshift, and then they were lacking a second receiver, and the special teams unit was the worst unit in football. And what do you expect Aaron Rodgers to do? Win, damn it, win. Same thing every year. And then on top of that, they put up 10 points at the crib.
Got beat by a team that didn't score an offensive touchdown.
He came out blazing on that first drive, too, like he was about to go to work. He came out after that first drive like he was about to go to work.
It's going to be a long day here for your boy on ESPN 1320.
Little quick 5.5 minute drive. Like, oh, yeah, this time, this side. That boy didn't see the end zone again. 55 minutes. Didn't see the end zone again. Barely crossed midfield. Cardi talked to him.
All right.
Oh, man.
Well, I thought we would start the show by dissecting the San Francisco 49ers and how we got here, but I'm all here for the Aaron Rodgers slander, so we can keep that up. It ain't no bother to me. You want to jump in on the phone lines, you can, 916-349-1320. Of course, many of you are in the chat house already, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're planning a massive week for you as we head into the San Francisco 49ers and the Los Angeles Rams for the third time. Actually just got confirmation from Trey Wingo. He's going to join us coming up this Thursday. Trey joined us on a hell of a day. Last time he was with us, he joined us on draft day and all hell broke loose. And so who knows what'll happen by the time Trey joins us Wednesday. And that's just one of the many guests that we're working on. Eric Crocker is going to join us coming up in about 40 minutes or so. Eric Crocker will be with us when we shift gears to the Kings. Matt George, James Ham coming up later on in the show as well. And as much fun.
No, I was just go ahead. Because
it's just as much fun as it is clowning Aaron Rodgers. A lot of credit goes to Kyle Shanahan in this San Francisco football team who keeps finding ways to get the job done. We'll talk about what an incredible weekend of football it was, but it was very glaring that Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't measure up with those other quarterbacks that are out there. And it could have been the elements, it could have been the shoulder, could have been the thumb, could have been a variety of things, but we saw the myth that appears to be Patrick Mahomes. We saw the birth of the legend that is Josh Allen. We saw Matt Stafford in his attempted redemption story. We saw Tom Brady try to pull off another incredible comeback. Yet Tannehill, And then you had, Joe Burrow leading the way for the Cincinnati Bengals, the new young gun out there. And yet you look at this San Francisco 49er team, and Jimmy Garoppolo does just enough to get the job done. But now it wasn't just the defense. It wasn't just the run game. Now the special teams are getting involved.
Special teams, man. Special teams. And I'm going to say it right now. We definitely going to talk about this more as the show goes on. But that block by Jordan Willis, the scoop and score by Hufanga. I'm not exaggerating. It's not hyperbole when I say this, Damian. It's one of the greatest plays in 49er history. One of the greatest plays. Sure. When you talk about Montana to Taylor, you talk about the catch one. You talk about the catch two. You talk about the catch three. You know what I mean? You talk about the goal line stand in the first Super Bowl.
What's the catch three?
Terrell Owens. Or not Terrell Owens, Vernon Davis. Vernon Davis. Again, in the Saints game.
Oh.
Vernon post is what they call it, whatever the case may be. You talk about the pick of the six.
Everything to catch, huh? Okay.
Well, it's to catch in the playoffs, second to the next round. It's catch. Okay. Anyway, right. You talk about all those moments. I don't know what you want to call this one. I'm just calling it one of the greatest plays of all time. But it's definitely, in the storied history of the 49ers, one of the greatest plays of all time.
Okay. Well, we're going to talk a lot more about it and how that 2019 formula is working at the perfect time for the San Francisco 49ers. We're just getting started. We are with you for the next 4 hours. Hang out, get comfortable. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I assume we still doing those reads, yeah? I figured I gotta keep reading them.
I got us coming back to see, so first of all, the reason why I can talk the way I talk is because, like I always say, guys, I'm transparent. I'm transparent. I'm watching that game on Saturday night. Yeah, going into the game, I thought the Niners going to win. It was probably about 3 times I thought the game was over. Absolutely. 3 times I thought the Niners were going to lose. You know, that I ain't going to act holier than now and be like, oh, I knew all along. No, I'm watching the game. I still cannot believe they won that game. I can't. But they did. They found a way to win. Simple as that. Stephen, that's why I got to check Stephen Brown. Well, not check Stephen Brown. I ain't checking nobody. But, that's why I got to come back at Stephen Brown. That's not true. They weren't playing well. I said they could still make the playoffs, though. Did I say they were going to the NFC Championship game midseason? Absolutely not. Why would I say that? Why would I say that? That's what I was saying. Jesse said, all I said was just clean up the stuff, and then I want to take it from there. That's all they did. So I didn't think they had a chance to get to the NFC Championship game until probably the Bengals game. That's when I was like, yo, they could really do something here. But before that, no. I thought they could get in. I thought maybe they win one and lose on the road in the next one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I might have said that. I don't remember it, but I might have said that. But I was the only one out here saying, y'all leave Kyle alone. Kyle's a good coach. Leave him alone.
Yeah, that wasn't me. Actually, I did say Kyle was a good coach. Pushed back on the offensive thing.
No, this is what happened, Stephen. I canceled Flipside for Niners wins until they got over 500. They were like 2-4. And I was like, what am I doing laughing at other teams and this team's under 500? When they get over 500, that's when I'll bring it back. That's what happened.
We doing bars here?
Yeah, I got bars. Luke Walton don't look like the problem right now. I ain't saying he's good or not. I'm just saying he ain't looking like the problem.
Boy, this chat house is saying some wild shit, and it's only 12:16. I'm just gonna go ahead and I think I'm gonna have to shut y'all. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna take myself out. Y'all are wilding out for 17 minutes into the show. It's just one of them days where y'all just need to have your own world. Enjoy.
Yeah, no, he shouldn't start because I said he shouldn't start in week 18. Try again, Dr. David. Try again. I don't know, Steven. They looking worse. They're looking worse than they did with Luke. Oh, man, Scott J, it'd be crazy. It would be crazy.
Hit them thumbs up while y'all here acting crazy. I mean, it's the least you could do. You too, Stephen Brown.
Serial Connection. Our boss was rooting for Robbie Gould. You see that on her story? She was happy. Shout out to Robbie Gould. That's the old bear right there.
Oh, boss.
Yeah. Oh, we gonna talk about this, man. We gonna y'all going out the window.
Y'all are doing a lot, man. Y'all are really doing a lot with that.
Window, man. Tell you.
It's a long ass commercial break. I guess it's good. Making money. Making money. We'll be back in 10 minutes. It's only been like 5. It just feels really long. Keep hitting them thumbs up. Let's get to triple digits here. We're almost there already.
Oh, yeah, they coming right around the corner. But first, I got to let y'all know, man, it's a 49ers Monday, and it is brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Let's go.
Over at youtube.com/ESPN 1320, we posted a poll question. Super Bowl prediction. 49ers versus Chiefs, 49ers versus Bengals, Rams versus Chiefs, Rams versus Bengals. 46% say 49ers versus Chiefs. And 49ers versus Bengals and Rams versus Chiefs right now getting 24% each of the vote. And then Rams versus Bengals pulling up 5% right now. So go take part in that poll question right there. Hit the thumbs up and subscribe button while you're over there.
Any answer involving the Bengals, that's wild right now. It's wild. Should be getting 0%.
Really? Why?
They ain't beating the Chiefs.
I mean, I don't think they are, but we're just at the point, man. Things can happen. Things can happen. Okay. I like the confidence. I like the confidence that the Bengals are playing with. Like I like the
Bengals as a team. This just ain't the spot.
Okay.
This is not the spot.
Like I'm not gonna write them off as quickly as you are, but I definitely think it's the Chiefs out of the AFC. But man, I do like the way the Bengals are playing, and I like the confidence that they're playing with.
My boy Joe Burrow, that's a cool dude right there. That is a cool dude right there. That boy Joe Burrow. He's bad, man.
We'll talk about some of the other games. Obviously, it was a tremendous weekend of divisional round football, so we'll dive into that. The uproar over overtime rules all of a sudden, because I guess they just went into effect yesterday in the classic game that we saw last night with the Chiefs and the Bills. But my partner has business to take care of.
Hey, since the King
by Dave Garcia Designs, by the way, head over to DaveGarciaDesigns.com, who's created some brilliant work for D'Lo and Casey, created some brilliant work for companies all over the country, and you can see his designs over at DaveGarciaDesigns.com. You want a consultation with him, you can reach out to him right there on his website, DaveGarciaDesigns.com.
Damian Barling, the whole Chatty House, the whole West Coast, whole Northern California region. The Niners beat the Packers on Saturday night in Lambeau Field under the elements, 13-10. Gang is all I'm on. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. 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 It's still Garoppolo outside. Rodgers plays the Niners, looks sorry outside. Look, in the playoffs, record goes to 0-4. We nice in real life, he nice on the keyboard. Packers old news, now we on the Levi's. My bat's 05, Crocker need a refi. Call City Center cause you talking Rams house, but it's not a gangs running through Levi South. Stanford finally got a win down in Tampa Bay, but 97 coming for him, so he better pray. Same goes for OBJ and Cooper Kupp. Had a dream season, now it's time to wake up.
Wow, there's more.
Flex had to drop a bomb on him.
That's multiple bombs.
We nice in real life, he nice on the keyboard.
That's tremendous. I don't know that there'll ever be a better line than that. Shout out to Young Kolb NBA or NBA Young Kolb, who I'm pretty sure is banned forever from the chat house, but he gave us a gem for sure. Now, before we dive, is there anything you want to Kenny's playing there? I got the Cronky reference.
Yeah,
shout out to City Center Financial for getting dropped
over there.
Yeah, no doubt. And SoFi South, I got you.
Yeah, it was a pretty
line you're particularly proud of. Okay, no, that's never stopped you before, though.
I don't know. People will say Garoppolo, you know what I'm saying? But that's my guy, Garoppolo.
Yeah. No, I wasn't. I was gonna let it go because I like the line about a dream season. It's time to wake up. I liked it, so I was just gonna let that go. But that's fine.
You know what I'm saying? 97. For those who don't know, we talking about Nick Bosa. You know what I'm saying? He coming for him.
Right. I know. It's just it's never stopped you from explaining this before. So I wanted to give you the opportunity because normally what happens is we'll get into a conversation or someone will get on the phone and you'll be like, hold on, wait. That boy said SoFi South and Cronky got to get a refund. And it's like,
that was fire though.
Like Kenny,
when I said that.
It was like an hour ago. But so I wanted to make sure you had the opportunity so you don't get sidetracked.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, and then the other part about that other people might not know, now that you got me thinking.
Okay. In
SoFi Stadium, they always got this stupid little chant talking about whose house. Rams house. And I was like, Cronky need a refi. Call City Center because y'all talking Rams house. City Center house. Come on, man.
Yeah, LA team can't have that. Sorry, that belongs to Run DMC. So I get ain't nobody saying that in New York, but goodness gracious, y'all cannot have that. Fix that. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our first caller of the day. Daniel, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for calling.
Fellas, I hope you guys are having a great day already.
Great day, Daniel. Great day, man. What's on your mind?
Great day. Hey, man, I was going to talk about the Niners. I'm happy. I am so happy about the Niners. But that game I watched last night, Mahomes and Allen, that was one of the most unbelievable games I've ever seen. That one pass by Mahomes, he's moving to his right, and he
kind of slings it,
sidearms it.
Yeah.
If we get into a shootout, because I think we're going to beat the Rams. I love, man, Jimmy's good. He's good. But, man, we cannot get into a shootout with that guy, Mahomes.
I'll tell you.
I don't know if our defense can keep up with that.
Nah, David, put all that away. I'll tell you right now. I'm not telling you who's going to win or lose. Ain't no shootout happening. That's the best defense in football in San Francisco.
Well, here's what we're not going to do because we're not talking about the 49ers versus the Chiefs. Hopefully on Monday we're talking about that.
I hope so too. But it don't matter if it's the Rams, the Chiefs, the Bengals. Ain't no shootout happening with the best defense in football. It's not happening. It's not happening. That the respect will be put on this defense, on that secondary's name. Ain't no shootout happening. They're going to have to play 49er football and beat us. And if they do that, we tip our hats. But with the best defense in football, I said it. The best defense in football, ain't no shootout happening.
916-349-1320.
He's done.
You have no idea. You have no idea. What's up, Leezy?
D'Lo and KC. It's a 49er Monday, I guess. What's going on, guys?
What you trying to do? Sponsor reads too? What you doing?
I'm trying to work, brother.
That's all right. All right, Leezy.
I hear you. I hear you.
Hey guys, KC, man. Now, United, they won this week, so next week for the game coming up this week, you guys gonna have to look out for this one guy, man. Now, I'm not gonna say his name, but OBJ might be a problem. You guys have to look out for him. And second, my question, KC, let's say Rams and Niners goes to overtime. Rams score in overtime. You gonna be okay with that rule still? I know it's been around, but it doesn't make it right,
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be okay. That's what it is. Get a stop. Or just stop them from getting in the end zone.
Listen,
I don't have no problem with it, man.
The rule didn't come out of nowhere, and it's like we get all emotional about these rules that are in place, have been in place. Patrick Mahomes has been on the receiving end. I don't remember the outcry like this either. I remember it being talked about, and there are times, games like this always bring it about. Anybody remember Patrick Mahomes versus the Kansas City Chiefs, or Kansas City Chiefs versus the Patriots? Anybody remember Patrick Mahomes versus Brady? Anybody remember that the Patriots win the coin flip? Patrick Mahomes never touches the ball. Anybody remember that? Like, this isn't new. Last rule change. Remember the Saints? Remember the pass interference? Remember the reviewing the pass interference? How'd that go? It went so bad, they got rid of it. They were like, yeah, forget it. I know it's not the sexiest thing. I know the game was decided by a coin flip. No, the game was decided because two teams just said the hell with defense.
Yeah.
Like, it's a whole side of the ball that the two teams were just like, nah, forget it. All right, if you're going to throw defense out, you sure as hell better win the coin flip.
And look, we'll talk about it. I mean, the Bills, their defense on the last 13 seconds.
Careful.
Come on, man.
Oh, 13 seconds. The wildest. I know everybody saw this graphic that the Kansas City Chiefs had less time than Dak Prescott had on that one play. That's incredible. That's like, put that stat on Mike McCarthy's tombstone right there. Put it on Mike McCarthy's tombstone. Put it on Kellen Moore's tombstone. Put it on all of their tombstones. Everybody who signed off on that. Put that stat right there. This is what Patrick Mahomes did. This is what the Dallas Cowboys did.
That's tough, man. That's tough.
916-349-1320. Let's get Joe. Joe, what's good?
What's happening, fellas?
What's going on, Joe? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Hey, that was the greatest weekend of football I've watched, man.
No doubt.
It's hard to argue with that.
And I got one thing to say about whoever's going to take the Rams. Everybody got a plan till we punch them in the face. When the Niners start smashing them, the Rams will crumble.
Hey.
I think that's the only thing this weekend was missing was Mac Jones, man. That's it. Joe, we appreciate you.
Mac Jones long gone, like I said he would be. Okay.
Leave that boy alone. Leave that man alone.
No, but what Joe said about the Rams, that's what it is. The Rams are supremely talented. They've got talent all over the place. I talked about the guy a lot during the season. Aaron Donald sure was on my TV screen a lot yesterday. The man was getting pressure left and right. He was balling. Stafford looked great in the first half. But here's the issue with the Rams. They are emotionally unstable. If you look at them and say, boo, they flinch, they crook. That's going to be the key. Because the Niners are going to punch them in the mouth. The Niners are going to say boo right at them. If the Rams fold like a deck of cards like they normally do, it'll end up being easy work. Until they show me that's not what they do, because that's what happened yesterday. They had that game in control. And Tom Brady got like two little favorable bounces or something like that. And the Rams completely folded. And once again, I hate to do it, but the defensive play call, and then to the end of that game.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Let's give Matt Stafford some credit, though. He put them in a terrible position. He did. Like he made some. That team turned the ball over 4 times yesterday. And they were all fumbles, I think. They lost 4 fumbles yesterday.
Yeah.
But Matt Stafford has been known to do this. He put them in a position to win on that last drive.
He did. He made some big-time throws, man. Either the first throw to Cooper Kupp. I mean, both of them were great. But the first one was really nice. And then he took advantage of what the defense gave him and made a great throw over the top to Cooper Kupp at the end of that game to get him to win, man. There were some big-time throws. But like I said, man, once the Bucs started getting that pass rush, they started getting around Stafford, started to look a little different.
916-349-1320. I want to talk more about that. What's happening, Bill? Hello, Bill.
Yeah, hey, I have a question. First of all, the Niners defense was just killer against the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
But no one's really talking about this. The blocked punt. The guy that blocked the punt rushed over the snapper. I thought that was not legal to do.
So if I understand this correctly, or remember this correctly, and Bill, we appreciate you. I think
you
can't use anyone as leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you clear it, you clear it, but you can't you can't step on someone and you can't jump straight over the center.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I thought it was legal. You just can't line up over the center.
You can't. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't do that. But I don't think you can push off of either your guy or the person in front of you to get over.
Mm-hmm.
You can't use someone as a human trampoline.
Right. I mean, on any play, but
on any play
too. But he's fair game once he snaps the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
the issue, because I heard somebody else talking about that, and the issue, I heard it from a Green Bay side, is he was left alone. The long snapper was left alone, and he should never be left by himself in that situation. All more failures for the worst special teams unit in the game, as they had a horrendous night on Saturday night. But from everything I know, that was fair game.
They did have a horrendous, and you talk about finding ways to win. That's one of the things that I think is scariest about the San Francisco 49ers moving forward is they're finding different ways to win football games. Like what we saw from the Rams yesterday, it was impressive.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they were able to, as you said, they got scared, and they were able to regroup for the one drive that they needed to get in position, get themselves a victory. We've seen Matt Stafford do that before. We've seen that team do those things that put them in that position.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes, obviously, we've seen his greatness now for 4 years. Cincinnati, that's something new we're watching over there. There's some things we're trying to figure out. What the San Francisco 49ers are doing, they beat the Cowboys by time of possession, controlling the ball, and up until one very memorable one, they didn't make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen them beat teams. We saw them beat the Rams the week before, playing that bully ball. Run yards at 38, 39 rush attempts, different things like that. Now you're getting beat with special teams. Now you're getting beat by block punts, block field goals. They're implementing stuff, and to think that they're going to come out and block a field goal or block a punt against the Los Angeles Rams is a bit of a stretch. You don't see those plays very often.
Yeah.
But that ain't what Sean McVay's telling his special teams. They're like, look at what this group was able to do last week. They couldn't get anything going offensively, so they scored a special teams touchdown. The 49ers have a couple of things going for them that I think sits in the Los Angeles Rams' head a little bit. Like you and I talked about this on Sports Sunday last night with Sarah Hodges. And 49ers are going into this game cool, we here. Rams are going into this game we've already lost twice against them. Rams are going into this game thinking that they've lost 6 in a row. They've got to figure out a way to deal with it. Sean McVay's got to get the proverbial monkey off his back. Mm-hmm. That ain't San Francisco. That ain't Kyle Shanahan. San Francisco is walking into this game we were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. That's where we're trying to get.
Yeah.
That's where we're trying to go. Hey, I know the Rams were just there, but hey, All we're trying to do is get back. They're thinking about all this other stuff. They're absolutely thinking about losing 6 in a row, headed towards 7. They're absolutely thinking about losing for the 3rd time this season against the San Francisco team.
Yeah, and I've been here before. I've been here before in certain situations where a team just has ownage over you, and you think you can beat them. You believe you can beat them, but you don't know because you've never done it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So until you actually do it, there's always going to be that level of doubt of, and do these guys just have our number? And then when something happens, like when a curveball happens or, they take an early lead, then the doubt really starts to creep in. Like, here we go again. Like, oh, man. And 2 things happen. You either fold from that or you say, no, not this time. You know what I mean? And if they're in that situation, I don't know what the Rams will do. The Rams may rise up, be like, nah, not this time. It's not happening again. They may, be all over that. But it, like you just mentioned, it is a real thought. These are human beings. These aren't robots. These are real thoughts. I bet the Rams absolutely believe they can beat the Niners. I think they can beat the Niners, but they don't know because they haven't done it. And what's going to happen is when there's a bit of adversity against this 49ers team on Sunday, because they'll have a moment at some point. I don't know how the score, I don't know how it's going to present itself, but there's going to be a level of adversity. How do they respond to that? Do they fold or do they rise up above that? Niners don't really have that, right? Like you just mentioned, they don't have that. If anything, it's supreme confidence. It don't matter if we're down, if we're up, we're going to beat these guys. We've done it 6 times before. Let's do it again.
And that's one thing where the Rams, I would think, feel really good about themselves today. They're obviously frustrated in the fact that they let a large lead disappear and they put themselves in a position against the greatest quarterback of all time where they could have lost that game, but they didn't. Mm-hmm. So you talk about adversity, you talk about, that opportunity to fold presenting itself, and they responded. I think that's big for them. Like, they can carry that over. You could carry the other stuff over if you want to. You can carry over the fact that you blew a lead against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and it had to come down to the final possession. You could carry that over if you want to. But if I'm Sean McVay, I'm like, yo, that's the flow of the game. It's the greatest quarterback of all time right over there. Yo, that's the defending Super Bowl champions. We responded. Matt Stafford responded. Our offense responded. We did everything we had to do to put us in a position to win that game, survive in advance. Take that with you into this 49ers game and use that as that's going to happen again.
Yeah.
The situation that you just laid out right there, there's going to be an opportunity for us to fold again somewhere, and we can't.
The other thing that's come up with this whole thing is, where is it at? Our guy, James Jones. I wonder if it's that James Jones, but no. But he says, John, right on that the Rams got the best shot this time. It's hard to beat a good team 3 times.
That's cap.
No, so you might have
the numbers right here.
Yeah, well, I'll let you do it because we got the same numbers. And I'm not saying like I believe the same thing. Like I believed on the surface, and I still do believe like it's hard, but it's not. The numbers say it's a little more likely than people give it credit for.
22 times it's happened. 14 times there's been a sweep. There's been 22 different opportunities for a 3-game sweep, if you will. 14 times it's happened.
14-8. 14-8. So, I
disagree with the thought too. Like, oh, that's got to be. I mean, it's difficult to beat a team twice.
Man, I don't. I'm a believer in that. I'm like, damn, 3 times is tough, man. I'd say. I would. Odds, yeah, right.
Yeah, I get it, right. Yeah, I get the sentiment that would be tough, but the odds say,
yeah. So I don't. That means nothing for Saturday or for Sunday, but that stuck out to me when I saw that.
The 2020 Saints are the most recent team to lose the 3rd matchup after winning the first 2. That was against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You mentioned earlier the chat is just on one. James Jones calls cap on those numbers. Says cap, bro. I've watched this game 40-something years. It can happen.
Okay. Okay. I closed the chat. Like y'all, I saw 17 minutes in. Just let y'all. I think part of the problem is the game was Saturday, so people have been holding on to some of this stuff. So James Jones, you're right. I made those numbers. I pulled them square out of my ass. You're right. They're fake. They're not real. That's my call cap on that, James. I made those numbers up.
Same numbers without talking to each other.
Every single entity that has access to ESPN.com and ESPN stats and info has relayed these numbers to you, but it's all good. We made them up, James. My bad. My bad. I'm glad you saw through those numbers. Now I'm agitated because we're 42 minutes into the show and haven't even given Eric Armstead the credit he deserves for what he did yesterday.
916, stand up. I got some numbers on him too.
Eric Armstead's second half of the season has been nothing short of phenomenal.
Yes.
Absolutely phenomenal for a guy who the first 8 weeks were like, yo, bro, where are you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here he is. And man, you talk about difference makers. That game doesn't happen with the way that without Eric Armstead playing the way that he did.
That's
we're going to step out. We're going to come back. Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, and one of our favorite dudes to talk 49ers football with. He joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore on ESPN 1320. What'd you say, Jesse? Yeah, my numbers are trash.
James said, I don't know what to say, James.
James said that's capital. Goddamn. All right.
And who's Ron? Ron, your numbers.
Oh, fuck.
Ron.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Oh man. Oh man. I love the chatty house, man. Y'all some funny people. Man. Ooh, boy, oh boy. I got the current get-in prices for the AFC and NFC Championship games. You want to hear them now or on the show?
Let's do them on the show.
Okay.
Let's wait for Crocky. Tell Mitch we'll get him later.
That boy Garapi outside.
Bar show.
Ron and KC new to ESPN 1320.
Bad take, Ron. Oh no, man. I don't know. I don't even know what your tweets be meaning half the time. Like, you tag us in these tweets about Patrick Mahomes as if I don't love Patrick Mahomes. I think you tweeted us because we'll see him, and you can't tweet him at the people who are actually saying them.
I had to hit him with the Stephen A today, man.
Normally, I just see Rich, and it's like, all right, Rich, I don't know what to do.
Rich, he's a bad boy, man. Pat Mahomes is a bad boy, for sure. Bad man. Vent away, then. Vent away.
Yeah, let it out. He's basically doing his version of KC just on Twitter.
I had one of those moments last night. Just randomly. Got to get this out.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening right now.
It's a 49ers Monday. 49ers victory Monday. 49ers on their way to the NFC Championship Monday. It is brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Somebody get Stan Kroenke this information. I told him he need to call City Center. He need to refi. He need to go to Rams house. He need to refi.
This is what I was referring to earlier. I gave you the opportunity to explain this, and then you go on and bring it back. That's all right. That's all right. I know. That's all right. That's all right. I tell you what, they ain't gonna miss. Our man Eric Crocker right here, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast, and one of our favorite people to talk 49ers football with. Crocky, what you think about them games this weekend?
Amazing weekend, just in general. And it's even better when the 49ers win, right? They're a part of it. But just how those games, all of them, from the Cincinnati Bengals, Tennessee game, they had a wild ending. The Rams and Bucks game, I thought it was over, and I had some money on these guys' money line, so I was watching it with a little kind of different adrenaline going, but that was a good ending. And then to cap it off with really what might have been the best as far as explosive plays, the Bills and Kansas City Chiefs game. It was just amazing to kind of like watch that. That's going to be one of those weekends that we probably remember for a lot of years to come.
Well, let me start there. I know we're gonna talk Niners, Crocky, because that's what we do when we got Eric Crocker on. But let me start off with that one because I didn't play football, and I absolutely cannot be an NFL, college, or high school football coach. I understand that, but to me, it's a little common sense. With 13 seconds left, I'll even give them the first Tyreek Hill play. I'll be like, oh, we thought they might try and launch it down the field. And we had guys back and they got it to Tariq, and he went for about 15 to 20. But after that happens, why are you not touching Kelsey or Tyreek Hill for about 15, 20 yards? I would have had this, what I would have done, Crockett. Tell me if you can't do this. I would have had 2 guys rushing, and I would have put 9 other guys in coverage. I would have, tried to jam up Tyreek or Kelsey or whatever, just because time is my other teammate. Time is my other team. It don't matter if Patrick Mahomes has all day to throw. I would have rushed 2 and done it that way. Is that even possible?
They had timeouts, I believe, right? They still had a timeout left. So you don't want to rush 2 because all that's going to do is just give Mahomes more time to really get downfield. I think you kind of have to go back a little bit more where they really messed up. And it was not squib kicking. I thought that was the obvious thing to do, right? Like it's just, hey, squib kick it, that's going to run about 3 seconds off the clock. And then you are guaranteed they only have 2 plays. They only have 2 plays. You squib kick it and 3 seconds run off, you got 10 seconds to run 2 plays. That's it. And I think that's where the biggest mistake was. After that, you have the first play, and it's like, man, okay, they picked up some yards. That was a good play to Tyreek Hill. The second one, that was tough. The corner to that side, ideally, you probably want him to squeeze that a little bit more so he can potentially contest that pass. He wanted to protect out of bounds, and I get it. You have to do that. You can't let him get out of bounds. But at the end of the day, hell, they still had a timeout or 2 left. So whether he gets out of bounds or not, that's not really what's going to hurt you. So protecting out of bounds, I guess that's a little unnecessary. I think the biggest thing that they need to do there was just not give up the catch or make them have to run another play, and they didn't. And that's unfortunate for Buffalo.
He had a free run for 15 yards. Nobody touched him.
Yeah. So I feel like he picked up more than 15 yards.
No,
He
I'm
picked
saying
up
before the first
25.
person touched him, it was like 15,
yeah.
20 yards. Like I would have had, that's what I'm saying. I would have had somebody jamming Kelsey and Tyreek because you just jam them. You know what I'm saying? And then you got your other guys helping on the sidelines or whatever. But after the first one, you knew what they were trying to do.
Even if you take a pass rusher, somebody that's rushing the passer, say you want to rush 3 or you want to rush 4, have the guy first chip Kelsey to slow him down a little bit and then get, into his pass rush mode. So that was something they could have done as well. I tell you this, right now, they're talking about what they could have done differently, but unfortunately, they'll have to figure out if that's going to work next year because this year's over for them. And that sucks because, man, Josh Allen played so well, and it was almost like he had a chance to slay the dragon, and I'm pretty sure he thought, oh, it's over. We did it. Wow. On to the NFC Championship game against the Bengals, and Mahomes was like, not so fast.
Crocker, let's shift gears. Obviously, that was a phenomenal football game. Over to another phenomenal football game, this one with the San Francisco 49ers. If you're handing out a game ball to someone in a San Francisco 49ers uniform, who does the Eric Crocker game ball go to?
Oh, first and foremost, it has to go to Robbie Gould, right? Being able to kick in those elements, clutch kicks, and there was no room for error. And they keep showing that graphic that he's never missed a field goal in postseason. I feel like they're trying to jinx him. I'm like, man, why they keep trying to jinx my guy? But that didn't matter. Kicking in those elements, they got him close enough. He banged it right through. So I think first and foremost, like the first game ball has to go to him for just sealing the deal.
Yeah. What did you think about Fred Warner out there? I thought he was a man possessed out there. First of all, no sleeves for Fred. And it's a play that kind of gets lost, but I felt like it slowed things down. Packers come down, score easily, real easy. It was easy work, 7-0. Niners, I think, go 3 and out after that. Packers get the ball back, and they're moving it again. And Fred Warner, a playmaker, comes out there with the Norman knockout or the peanut punch or whatever you want to say to get the turnover. And they didn't get points off of that, but he slowed it down. It was like, all right, calm down, everybody. We're out here too. I felt like that set the tone for the rest of the game defensively.
Yeah, I think Fred Warner, he brings that that emotional side of things as far as leadership goes to the 49ers. I feel like he's like the most outspoken guy on that, especially on that defense. Well, Jimmy Ward too, he's pretty outspoken, but in the sense that when you just watch him play and you see that energy and that aggressiveness jump off the screen, that's Fred Warner. And in the first drive, he made a couple plays. There was one play, he blew up Aaron Jones, made him drop the ball. He gets up, he's flexing, calls him a little boy, does that whole thing. And then the next drive, like you said, comes back, punches the ball out. And I mean, shoots, after the first drive, the Packers never scored another touchdown. And I think a lot of it was led by Fred Warner. There was a play on third down where they targeted him on like a deep crossing route. He was there, great defense. So Fred Warner, he leads by example. And there were a lot of people that were kind of down on him for whatever reason this year. I think maybe because the lack of like turnovers or whatever, they stopped calling him All-Pro Fred and all that. And there people question, is Azeez Al-Shaair better than him? Fred Warner, man, the way he played in this game, I think he plays like that every game. Like you said, a man possessed and brings a lot of energy.
I feel like the whole defense was questioned until these final like 4 or 5 weeks or so. And you've been a defensive back, man. What did you see from those 49ers D-backs who we've been waiting for like 5 weeks for them to blow a game and they haven't done it yet?
Well, I've said it before. I was on here and I was like, hey, man, it's a little over-exaggerated with the secondary. Everybody harped on it. They can't play this and that. And they'll pick out certain plays. And I get it. Josh Norman is not ideal to have him out there, right? And that wasn't part of their plans to have Josh Norman out there for the entire year. If it was up to them, it would be Emmanuel Mosley and Jason Verrett. But they had to work with what they had. They had to bring some guys in. I think the defensive coordinator did an amazing job of playing around his guys' kind of strengths and hiding certain weaknesses. And for stretches of, throughout the season, there were times where the cornerbacks weren't playing as well. So what do? Okay, let's run more too high. Let's play more, coverages to keep things in front of us. And they did an extremely good job of that, leading the 49ers to, the number 6 pass defense in the NFL. So, people could point out, oh, well, this corner is not good. Every team typically has to deal with a liability, but how do you work around that? And I thought DeMeco Ryans did a terrific job of doing that. And in my opinion, secondary wasn't an issue outside of maybe the Colts game where they got called for hella pass interferences.
Right. We're done with the Packers. We disposed of them boys. They old news. We done with the Packers. We ain't got to worry about them boys no more.
Yeah.
A-Rod, get out of here. You at no more. Speaking of A-Rod, we'll talk about him in the stands, the A-Rod. But on to the Rams. Third time this season. I mean, one of the biggest and best games of the regular season was that Week 18 matchup. So emotional. You were in the building. It was the almost, I don't want to say the birth of a rivalry because these two have been rivals since going back to the 80s and 90s. But as far as the new school, since the Rams came back, it feels like that was the birth. This season is the birth of the rivalry. Are you concerned at all about facing this team for a third time and giving them a third time to see you?
Yeah, definitely. And not for maybe some of the reasons why some of the fans, obviously I'm on Twitter. I get the posts of the fan base and it's like, man, it's hard to beat somebody 3 times in a year. And obviously 49ers have beat them 6 times straight. Somebody did pull up numbers and said, typically if you sweep a team in the regular season, 67% of the time you win that game in the postseason. So history is on the 49ers side as far as if you look at the third time playing this team type thing. But to me, you have to throw all that out the window. And I look at each game kind of individually and what the Rams kind of bring to the table. And they are an explosive offense, and they have explosive players on defense as well. And what I mean by that is they got guys that at any point they can throw off whatever it is you're doing offensively. I watched Von Miller Sunday evening against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I don't know, it looked like somebody maybe injected 2015 into his veins, man. Like he was screaming off of that edge. There was nothing that the left tackle could do. Now, the Bucs, they were down offensive linemen and there was no Tristan Wirfs, but just how he was coming off of that edge, looking like a man possessed, forcing fumbles on Tom Brady, that changes the dynamic of games. Looking at how Aaron Donald can be very disruptive, that changes the dynamic of games. Looking at how at any moment Cooper Kupp can stretch the field and burn you. He had 180 receiving yards. The emergence of Odell Beckham, who continues to build a rapport with Matthew Stafford. So, I get it. And I think there is something to the 49ers owning the Rams, right? There's something to it in the sense of they understand how to play this team. But if the Rams flip that switch, then it can get very interesting. And the 49ers saw that early last game when the Rams were up 17-0. And 49ers started to have some things go their way. So, it is tough. It's tough when you're going up against a team with so many different game changers on both sides of the ball. I don't think it's the lock that a lot of 49er fans are kind of giving off. I think it's going to be a dogfight, and hopefully 49ers come out on top. 49ers got the recipe, that's for sure. Just play your brand of football.
Is it more difficult psychologically, like as a player, thinking, it's one thing to lose twice to a team in a season. It's a whole other thing to have lost to them 6 times. I don't know if 6 equates. Has Sean McVay ever beaten Kyle Shanahan?
He did the first year. Maybe the first 2 years they split.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they split. And one of them was, Kyle Shanahan or McVay sat all his starters in that first year, I believe it was. So they have, he has won, but almost like Aaron Rodgers, right? We watch Aaron Rodgers right now, and he gets in the postseason and he starts kind of freezing up against the 49ers for whatever reason. I don't know what it is, but they've kind of had his number. And I'm like, man, does Aaron Rodgers have to prove to himself that he can beat the 49ers organization in the playoffs, whether it's Garoppolo at quarterback or Colin Kaepernick, because he lost twice now with both guys. I wonder if there is some of that to the Rams and Sean McVay. Does Sean McVay have to prove to himself that I'm not going to let my big brother Kyle Shanahan bully me anymore, right? Maybe there's some of that going on. There has to be some type of mental thing going on there, and I think we've seen that with the 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks. Well, how come the Seahawks, even in a down year, sweep the 49ers for whatever reasons, right? Why have the Seahawks had so much success over the 49ers? Even going back to the last Harbaugh year, they swept the 49ers. So I think there is something to that just kind of hangs over you until you overcome it. And right now, the Rams, they're kind of stuck in that funk right now where the 49ers are kind of the big bad wolves.
Yeah. It don't matter what's going on. We hadn't been able to touch the Seahawks for like 10 years now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's been ugly.
No sense.
What you think happens this weekend?
Oh, man. I mean, I'm putting my money on 49ers game money line. You're giving the 49ers right now 3.5 points. I'll take that. I'll say this. If 49ers lose, it ain't going to be by more than 3. But I like the 49ers here. Obviously, they do a really good job of establishing the run. I think everybody knows that, right? The 49ers, they want to run the rock, and they want to pound the rock. I think they want to run the rock to set up some of the passes that they like to do and some more deep shots. And maybe the 49ers do some things to open things up in the passing game. The usage of Deebo Samuel as a receiver and a running back. Someone had asked me, like, well, what's going on with Jeff Wilson? If Jeff Wilson isn't there, it's like, bro, does it matter? Like, Deebo Samuel is the 49ers spellback at running back. You know, he's their second running back, which is crazy because he's their first receiver. So if everybody gets going, 49ers cooking that way, and if they can force a turnover early on Matthew Stafford, I mean, I like the 49ers. Don't think it'll be a blowout or anything because I don't want to ruffle any feathers, but Jimmy Garoppolo kind of struggles to help put teams away. But more times than not, he's going to do something to keep another team in the game. So I don't think it's going to be a blowout, but I do see the 49ers winning this game by like 4 points.
Okay. I like that, Crocky. Let's go, man. You gonna be in the building? You making the move out here again?
Yeah, man. So Friday I go out to Mobile, Alabama for the HBCU combine. So I had to pick up my credentials and all that. And they got that going on Saturday out there in Mobile. And then I was looking at flights because I fly Southwest, and all the flights get me from I would have to drive to Pensacola, Florida, and then fly from there. It's about 45 minutes from Mobile, but I would have to drive there to fly out to LA. And the flights, it was like everything, like the timing is all off. It gets me out there at a wrong time. I either have to miss the HBCU combine to fly out Saturday, or Sunday I pretty much missed the whole game because they don't have me getting out there until like 6 p.m. So it looks like I'm not going to be able to catch the game live, but trust me, I was trying to figure out any way that I'd be able to make it there. I won't be able to. I was looking forward to it. Somebody gave me a good deal on the ticket. So I was like, hell yeah, bro, I'm there, but I can't make it work, man.
It's all right, man. That combine more important. We appreciate you, Crocky. Thanks for carving out some time for us, man.
Appreciate you, big dog.
All good, man. Y'all have a good one.
All right, man.
Okay. That's Eric Crocker, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast. Our man jumping on here and spending a couple of minutes with us. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Of course, D'Lo and KC brought to you today and every day by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. By the way, McQueen and the Violet Fog are giving away a $500 gift card to create your ultimate big game watch party. For your chance to win, visit the contest page, ESPN1320.net, and learn more. Again, that's ESPN1320.net. And that'll be your opportunity to win a $500 gift card to create your ultimate big game watch party. We've got Kings tickets coming up an hour from now. We'll talk Kings basketball. Yes, Matt George is going to be here with us. Maybe we'll just make Matt George talk about Kings basketball. James Ham will be with us. Indeed. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show as well. Always good to get Crocky's perspective. He was a player. Like, he sees things. I always believe that players see things a little bit differently than we do. Even the most, astute fans, the most, no matter how Kenny Horowitz you may be, I believe players see things differently, and he has been preaching about that defense since an appearance on this show months and months and months ago. It's like, I know it seems bad, it's not sexy, but it's really not that bad. They're not costing this team football games, and the numbers show that's 100% accurate. And he was right then, and they've only gotten better since. Yeah,
I meant to tell you this stat last week that I think I might have heard 2 weeks ago. That just keeps ringing in my head. And this probably sounds like a Kenny Horowitz moment, but it isn't. I'm surprised to even hear this myself. The 49ers secondary, or the 49ers defense, 14 of the 17 games in the regular season, they held the opposing quarterback, under their passing yards average. 14 of 17. And that has turned into 16 of 19 because they've done it both times in the playoffs.
Wow.
I mean, I heard that. And like I said, I was on what Crocky was talking about. I thought, it was a little overblown, but that's a jarring stat. I mean, and it's everybody involved. People always want to say, that's because of the defensive line. Sure, absolutely. But that's the thing. The defense plays as one unit. Like, they're in sync. I don't care who gets the credit. I don't care if it's the secondary or the defensive line or the linebackers. They're playing together and they're finding a way to be successful. And it's working right now in a major way.
Yeah, it definitely is. And that reminds me, I'm glad you mentioned that front seven, because we mentioned it and didn't give it nearly as much love as it deserves. And that's the fact that Eric Armstead had a phenomenal game this past weekend against Aaron Rodgers in that Green Bay Packers offense. And he has had a phenomenal stretch here in this season. But him in 97, they were a problem. They were a huge problem for the Packers. I think Armstead had like 3 tackles for loss yesterday. Like he had some massively impactful plays. Like I can't give that dude enough credit, especially since I was riding him so hard at the start of the season, wanting to see, this from him. And here it is, man. And I don't think it's an accident. And I'm with you. The defense works as a unit. I don't think it's an accident that we're seeing, Eric Armstead playing the way that he is. Obviously, 97 has been doing what he's doing. Fred Warner, I'm definitely still very much on the Fred Warner train, but you've seen what those guys have been able to do over the last 9, 10, 11 weeks or so. And that coincides with some of the numbers that you just threw out right there about holding quarterbacks under their average and this team winning football games.
Armstead has been amazing, man. And I saw some numbers from Nick Wagner over the weekend that just put it all into play. I think he had a stat, he made a comment talking about Armstead is one of the best interior linemen in the entire league right now. And he was like, I don't normally say things like this, but, I got numbers to back it up. And he says, since week 16, that's 5 games, including playoffs, Armstead leads all NFL defensive linemen in tackles with 27. He's second in sacks with 6.5, and he's tied for third in first pressures with 12. I'm assuming that's like the first guy to get to the quarterback.
Sure.
And he says this has all happened while Armstead has been double teamed on 69.5% of dropbacks, which is 8th highest among interior defensive linemen in this span. He's playing lights out. He is playing
amazing.
Lights out. I mean, it's crazy what he's doing. And I always wondered, I wish I should have asked Crocky this, because I always felt like he was an interior lineman, but they were trying to get him on the edges. They had him as an edge rusher, and they were trying to do that a lot. And that just always boggled my mind. I'm not sure why they were doing that. I always felt like he was tailor-made to be an interior lineman, and I think because of some injuries, he's been forced to get there, or maybe just scheme-wise, they put him in there, and he's taken off. He's been phenomenal.
Yeah, he has, and he's a big reason that they're winning football games, and hopefully he's a big reason they continue to win football games, because there's what's another one ahead, round 3 against the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams, they're such an interesting team, man. They have 4 turnovers yesterday. They have 4 fumbles yesterday. Some of them in just the most crucial times, and I think you kind of hit the nail on the head when you this team is just one boo away from getting a little shaken. Like, they can have their confidence shaken pretty easily, and that's why I was asking Crocky about the psychological ramifications of going into a game against a team that you're. I mean, I don't know where history can point to this, but you're 0-2 that season, but you're 0-6 in the last 3 years. Like, that's I think Jesse, what did Jesse, December 30th, 2018 is the last time the Rams beat the 49ers.
Man, that was a long time ago, man. That's a long time ago. The goal, and I don't think they're going to try to do this, because like I mentioned last week, I don't really see the Niners as a team that really tries to do anything but what they do. You know what I mean? They don't get caught up in all the extra stuff and all the sideline talk. They just come out and they're the 49ers every single time. They know who they are. But what I would hope they would try to do is create doubt in this team, in this Rams team. Create a sense of doubt, whether it's starting up early, answering, a play, creating a turnover, whatever the case may be. Get it back in their heads that they're playing the 49ers and they haven't beat them since 2018, and maybe start some type of here we go again type thing. Because I do think they'll fall into that. I think that's the Achilles heel of this team. They're supremely talented. They got talent all across the board. But I'm not, it sounds weird when I say it. I don't think they're like tough mentally as a unit. Like I think they can be broken. And if the Niners put any type of doubt in them, I think they could break them easily.
I think there's also a conversation to be had, and we will, about expectations. Rams expectations, 49ers expectations entering the season, probably very, very different. We'll talk about that. We'll talk a little bit more about the Bills and the Chiefs, the Bengals and the Chiefs coming up this weekend, some of the other things that we saw over the weekend as well. And, well, I did small screen it. There was a Kings game on Saturday night that I chose to pay attention to. I'm pretty sure I was the only one, me and James, because as I looked at Twitter, nobody watching that.
I back buttoned them.
Yeah, that's all it was worth. So we'll get into some Kings basketball as well. Matt George, James Ham, that's set to join us. We got a great day for you planned. We've got a big week for you planned as well. We even got Kings tickets on the way right here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D1 KC on ESPN 1320.
Sir Juju, I hear you, man. I hear what you're saying, but to be honest with you, none of that matters on Sunday. None of it matters. Like the previous 6 meetings don't matter.
It's an odd. Who won the game though?
Niners won. Why?
Like how many second quarters have the Kings won? Like what? What are we doing?
I mean, he's trying.
I love the let that sink in part. Like, okay, I'll let it sink in. They lost. Come on.
Well, no, he's talking about the Niners have led 9 or 7 of the 9 quarters.
Oh, I thought it said the Rams have led.
No, he's saying basically saying the Niners have dominated.
Well, it don't matter the 49ers either. All that matters is who leading at the end of the fourth.
And it don't matter. None of that matters on Sunday. I get what he's saying. Like that maybe breeds confidence, but I mean, all that the Rams could play the game of their life on Sunday. They ain't even got to be that. Rams could just play good enough to win on Sunday. And the last 6 games, the last 3 seasons, none of it matters. So,
yeah, I mean, yeah, week 18 don't matter, week 10 don't matter. None of that stuff matters. Just
I think the Niners are going to win because they match up well with the Rams. I think they understand what the Rams are going to do a lot of the times, and I think it's a good matchup for the 49ers. But anything that's happened in the past, I don't think that bears a whole lot. Like unless you're talking psychological, like just gameplay wise, like nah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing wrong with having faith. That's what you should do. You're decked out in Niners gear right there, man. Have faith in your squad.
It's all love, Juju. It's all love, man.
I'm not even a fan, and I'm feeling the 49ers headed into this game. Panthers have hired Ben McAdoo as their offensive coordinator.
Oh my! Wow. We got we got flip side amp in here too.
Let's run it right here.
Oh.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
Bob
Let's
James Jones. I don't have it in front of me. If I had to guess, he's won 6. It's probably like 6-2, maybe 6-3. If I had to guess, I don't know if they played 9 games, but it's an even number because if I had to guess, I'd say 6-2.
Might be able to get that to you here real quickly. More relevant is more
I think Sean beat him the
Rams not defeated the NFL rival since 2018.
Oh, yeah, he did. So that was that Thursday night game. Kyle was the coach.
Shanahan since the start of the so this is the LA Times. Sean McVay is 3-7 overall against 3-7 overall against Kyle Shanahan.
Man, they played 10 times. Wow. Well, Ramsey, you'll hear it again. I love Ramsey. No need for flip side. I already listened to the Packers audio.
The show is about Ramsey. Our man Ramsey, day oneer. He don't even call us no more. I guess because it's not baseball talk, he don't call us anymore.
Well, he ain't gonna be calling us for a minute then.
Yeah, right.
'49ers Monday is brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Somebody get Stan Kroenke the email address. Get it to him.
You got to rewind to catch Drake bars if you want to get what that reference is. We mentioned this on the live stream. It was asked, and we'll mention this here on the show. We were obviously much has been made about the 49ers being 2-0 against the Rams this year. The 49ers being 6-0, over the last handful of years. Overall, the 49ers are 7-3. Kyle Shanahan versus Sean McVay. The 49ers are 7-3 in that regard. So
that's a little bro right there, man. It's a little bro. Sean McVay.
I was listening to. I have zero issue with the Rams but I was listening to Sean McVay, and when I think about back to Week 18 and the whole running out onto in the end zone and that whole thing, and then listen to him talk last night, I was like, man, this dude is a little bitch. Like, I'm not feeling this dude at all. I mean, Sean McVay come across like he an arrogant dude. I'm just like, man, you talking awfully weird for a dude who just like escaped.
He had that stupid look on his face in the fourth quarter.
Like, man, and I don't know, maybe I misheard him. Maybe it was an old. I'm just listening to this dude's press conference. Like, man, you got to be kidding me. But maybe I don't know. Maybe that's what you got to do as a head coach. But I was just like, man, it is crazy.
Hearing you say that,
it's crazy.
Like this is weird because I don't know if I absolutely subscribe to this theory, but there's a level of like his teams. I feel like they kind of take on his characteristic and they kind of like feed off the things he does. So when he and it's almost like these are grown men, they've played before, but it's almost a situation where like as a coach, if something's going on, the players look at him and they like, oh, okay, this is how we should feel. So what I mean by that is when everything's going and, they're scoring touchdowns and he's pumping his fists and he's hyped. Yeah, let's go. He's out here doing all this other stuff, not stoic like most other coaches. Then they look around and they're like, let's go, baby. Let's go. We're turned up. And when things are going wrong and he has that stupid look on his face and he looks concerned, they're like, oh, we're not okay right now. Like, oh no. And they get tight. He looks tight and they get tight.
Sure.
And I think there's a level, like when I coach, I get excited. I get hyped up too, but you always got to kind of watch it because you want to stay even keeled. You don't want your players getting too high and getting not focused. And you don't want them.
You also don't want to be the famous Jason Garrett clap guy. You don't want to be that guy either. Like Jason Garrett, Dak Prescott just threw his 5th interception of the game. That's all right, Dak. That's all right, Dak. Let's go. Ezekiel Elliott just ran for his 2,000th yard in this game alone. I'll give him that, though. He just keeps the same energy. He got that same stupid clap over and over and over again.
Yeah, but and then like after the game, he goes up to Matthew Stafford and he's like running around frantically looking for Stafford and trying to congratulate him. And he looked like nervous, like he had just seen a ghost, and he was happy that he got out of that. Like there was nothing that screamed confidence. Like it was just, I don't know. And that's him. That's who he is. He can only be who he is.
Yeah, I mean,
I kind of feel that. Like
I can understand though. I can understand him, and I can understand that moment because you really did escape with a win.
Mm-hmm.
You would put you probably had an entirely different feeling, in the third quarter than you did, when that field goal went through and you wound up getting the win. He knows he may have just stole one from Brady, and he can. I kind of get that reaction. I understand it, but I think your original point is valid in that the team, because we talk about this in basketball where a team takes on the personality of their best player. Well, Sean McVay, because of how young he was, Los Angeles, good looking dude, gets the perfect, soccer player haircut every time he's at the podium. Like he was the star.
Mm-hmm.
He was the star of the Rams. It's Sean McVay. It's this new young offensive genius in Los Angeles. And what's he do? He gets to the Super Bowl. All these different things happen. Like he was the star. So I think your original point, man, I never thought of that. And I think that's extraordinary. I think that's a great observation that this team seems to take on his reaction, seems to take on the personality that he has in that moment.
Yeah. I mean, I just remember him yesterday. He was looking scared to death. And then that team started playing scared to death at the end of that game. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens on Sunday. How they come out. I'm very intrigued to see how they come out and what happens when a little adversity comes their way.
And I'll be interested. Like I'm gonna bring this dumb conversation from last week back. House money versus expectations. Like where the 49ers are. I mean, this is a team that drafted a quarterback. This is a team like at 2. This is a team that traded, or at 3. This is a team that traded future assets to draft a quarterback this year. This was a team that, they underachieved last year, but they had all of those injuries. They're moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo. Does that mean that they overachieved in 2019? What exactly? For the 49ers, it was very much, what the hell are they? For the Rams, you're supposed to be here. Mm-hmm. You got Von Miller. You got Odell Beckham Jr. You ain't got a salary cap sheet in sight. You got every big name, high contract you can think of. You traded for Matt Stafford. You did all of these different things. You are exactly where you're supposed to be. You're exactly where everyone said you were going to be. I think we had gone the entire history of the Super Bowl without seeing a home team, without seeing a team play at their home stadium. Now we're on the verge of seeing it 2 years in a row. That was the conversation with the Los Angeles Rams, and that Kyle Shanahan, all of that stuff. I think there's something to be said for the 49ers are just playing free.
They are
playing football.
They are, and I'm sure
go out to the light post and run the corner. Like that's the way the 49ers are playing football right now. The old Al Pacino pep talk.
Act like you're back in the hood.
Act like by the way, y'all are wrong for that kid and play stuff that was all over social media this week.
And they're wrong, but I ain't gonna front. They killed it. They bodied.
I laughed like hell, dude. I can't. I laughed pretty hard. That made me, when I saw how many people tagged us in that, I laughed pretty hard.
That was pretty funny. But I mentioned it a little bit last week, and I don't want to make it like I don't want them to win or I don't care if they lose. I was on the edge of my seat. I wasn't throwing nothing, but I was like, when they didn't get the 4th and 1 on Saturday in the fourth quarter, I was just like, oh man, that's the way the season's going. That's tough. That's tough. I thought they were going to lose. I thought it was about over. They had one more shot if they could get a stop, but I just didn't think that the Niners were going to stop Aaron Rodgers for another drive. So I was like, man, it's tough. But it wasn't a feeling of that was our chance for a Super Bowl. Like, I know it sounds a little weird, but I feel like they're just getting started. Now, we don't know how Trey is going to be, but kind of feel like if Trey is at least as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, you should always have an opportunity to make a run in the playoffs. I think he'll be better, but let's just say he's as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. That's good enough to get you to the NFC Championship game, then win some road games. So it feels like this unit is just getting started. They're not in the middle. I feel like next year they'll start to get in the middle because Kittle will be a little older, Warner will be older, Debo will be older.
Yeah, I don't know how many years of Debo being able to be this.
Right. So I feel like in 97, Nick Bosa, Armstead, I feel like that's when the clock will start on that group. Because I didn't even think they would be that good in 2019. Like, I didn't see that coming. I thought they had a good chance to make the playoffs, but I wasn't like, yo, this is a Super Bowl year until we actually got in there. And I kind of felt this way this year. I was like, make the playoffs, have a positive season, like build on something, and then time to take off once you get the reins to Trey. So to your point, that's different than what a Rams fan got. They're in the middle of it. This is it. Like, you got to win the Super Bowl now. Yeah. And I guess with the way things are set up, you got to win it next year. The Packers, you had to win. You had
to win. Yep.
You had to. This is not the beginning. This is the end. And you didn't.
I heard it was the last dance. That's what they told me.
Did you see Tim Grover kind of clap back at him a little bit?
I didn't. I don't think I did.
Tim Grover was like, I saw this post, and he had like Scotty and Mike in the Last Dance cover. It's like, I saw this on Packer or Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams social media earlier this year, and it's odd because they have no playoff wins, no championships, and these two guys up here got 6 rings and and they want to say Last Dance. Interesting. So yeah,
apparently the Last Dance made some people stupid. Like, yeah, the Last Dance, like, dog, when was the first one? Like, what?
We're dancing here? I never knew he was even dancing.
Like, man, the music ain't even that loud, man. Sit your ass down. Talking about the Last Dance. Get out of here. I need to go on with that.
So, yeah, expectations.
I've never been so happy to see someone fail as I was. And I know that's horrible. I apologize. That's a terrible characteristic. That's a horrible trait to have. Don't be that person. But that was me. As happy as I was for the 49ers, as happy as I was for you and the 49er faithful, boy, I was tilting my McQueen in the Violet Fog gin, knowing that Aaron Rodgers was going to have to go give a mopey ass press conference after the all of the nonsense that he put the NFL through and that Green Bay Packers team through before the season started, and how all of his buddies and I don't watch, but you told me it's already out there. I was like, I can't wait to see what all of his little buddies are going to say about his latest playoff failure. A 13-4 team, and y'all going to make excuses about an offensive line.
Come on, man. Same thing every year, and they find a way to shift the blame from 12. As I like,
dude,
12.
God, ring. He got he about to get what was it, like his 4th MVP about to get? You got 4 MVPs and a ring.
And look, I don't want to minimize it because he went out and won the Super Bowl, but I even heard this from my people in Green Bay. I'll never forget that NFC Championship game in Chicago. Aaron Rodgers played the worst playoff game of his career. It's only because Jay Cutler got hurt and I think it was McCown came in and I think they were up 21-0. The Packers were, and they got a 21-14. Chicago did, and then they just couldn't bring it all the way home. John or Manny will tell me about it, but that's how he got to the NFC. He didn't blow past anybody to get to that Super Bowl. Now he got the ring. I'm not going to take it away from him, but yeah, Aaron, is this a good time to go down his playoff resume?
Yeah, you could go and do your thing.
All right, man. Let's go through this, man. In 2009, he lost on the fumble 6 in overtime. That was the Cardinals. In 2011, this is one of my favorites. In 2011, lost to the New York Giants at Lambeau. They were number 1 seed, MVP season, 15-1.
Is that the one where Coughlin's face looked like it was gonna fall off? Like
no, that was when Brett Favre choked in the NFC Championship.
Oh, that's right. They get so many of
these chokes at home.
Yeah. I know.
Crazy.
But
yeah, 15-1.
All them rings Favre got. Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
15-1, and you don't win a playoff game. That's embarrassing. 12, Colin Kaepernick runs all over him at the stick. 13, they shouldn't even been in the play. They shouldn't have had a home game. They had a terrible. It was like 8-7 or something like that, 8-9, and they somehow got a ice bowl game against the Niners. Niners smacked them around that time. One on a Phil Dawson field goal as time expired. In 14, this is another great one. Up 12 with 5 minutes to go. They lose in the NFC Championship game in Seattle in overtime. They give an onside kick up. He gets him in a position to kick the game-tying field goal regulation. I'll give him that. But that's also the time when he refused to go after Richard Sherman. He would not pass his way. So there's that in 14. Then in 15, they lose in overtime to Arizona. Fitzgerald walk-off on that one. 16, he got backhanded by the Falcons and Kyle Shanahan again in the NFC Championship game. In 19, he got backhanded again by the Niners and Kyle Shanahan. Then in 20, he lose to Tom Brady at home when Tom Brady threw 3 picks at home in Green Bay, and you lose to that game by a field goal. And then obviously putting up 10 points in Lambeau Field when you're the number 1 overall seed in the NFL. It's just embarrassing. It really is. One of the great talents we've ever seen. I will never take that away from him because I'm not stupid. Okay. I know what I'm watching. I know what the man can do physically and the skills that he possesses, but he's not clutch. I can honestly say that. He is not clutch. He is not the kind of guy that'll take you to the promised land.
It's just spectacular though. And now that you even saying that back to back, you had Favre and Rodgers for what, like the last 30 years of Packer football, and you got 2 rings.
Oh,
like and I don't look. You got to. I'm not calling into question any of that stuff, but the NFL media was adamant Peyton Manning needed to get a second ring. Oh, Eli, his brother, has 2 rings. He's got to get a second ring. Nobody said, I ain't heard anybody say anything about Aaron Rodgers nor Brett Favre. Them dudes have 2 combined rings over the last 30 years, but they're held in this lore of, and maybe it's just the non-Brady measurement because you can't measure them against Brady.
No.
Brady's in a different category as everybody else.
So this is interesting.
Of this era.
This is interesting. I heard some interesting takes from people that I'm not particularly fond of, but I'm not no hater. All right. I will give them their roses. One of them I won't because I just don't know how I want to move about that. But if I could, I would just give him his roses. He talked about how Aaron Rodgers is almost too safe. And what he means by that is, and we saw it in this game, what was the stat? There was only one other receiver targeted outside of Devontae Adams.
Okay.
Aaron Jones got a reception. I think Lazard got 1. Every other target went to Devontae Adams. And he talked about how Rodgers looks at the situation like he knows he'll never catch up with the championships with Tom Brady. He knows he'll never catch up with the championships with Joe Montana.
Was that like for a quarter? Was that a target for like he was only looking to Devontae Adams for a quarter?
Or it might have been completions, period. He only had Aaron Jones, Lazard, and Devontae. Is that what it was?
No, there are a lot of people that had. Well, no, there's not. There's 4 receivers that had completions. Go ahead, Jesse. It's Lewis, Lazard, Adams, and Jones had completions.
And Lazard had one, right?
And right, it's 1 and 1. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So even if I got the numbers wrong or whatever, but he's fixated.
I got you.
Only on Devontae.
Yeah, 22 between those two, Devontae and Aaron Jones. 22 targets between those two.
And he talks about, he looks at it as, I can't get that other stuff, so I have to be looked at as this perfect quarterback who doesn't turn the ball over, who doesn't make mistakes, because that's going to be my legacy, that I was damn near perfect. Because I can't I can't match up with the Super Bowls. That's gone. But if I have seasons where,
I can guarantee you that's over.
Gotcha.
There we go. But if I have seasons where I throw for 41 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, they'll be like, yo, look at this guy. He never turns it. He's damn near perfect. As opposed to maybe having a couple more interceptions, but getting your other teammates involved, making them feel a part of what's going on when early in the season where you may need them in a divisional round. And they're not gonna. I bet a lot of those receivers believed. Like, I'm not saying they didn't try hard. I know they gave everything, but they knew what it was. Rodgers wasn't coming to them. He's going to Devontae. The pass before the 49ers final drive, Devontae was double teamed. It was Dante Johnson and Hufanga had done a good job showing that he was about to blitz, but he bailed out and went to the double team with Devontae. On that play, Lazard crosses the middle wide open. I mean, it's a big time play, wide open. Aaron didn't even give it a second thought. He's like, I'm just going to throw in a double coverage to Devontae Adams because that's the only person I trust. And I mean, I think that's going to be ultimately what his downfall is. I don't think and then that's before we even talk about all the crazy looks he gives the offensive linemen and other receivers. It's always somebody else's fault instead of his own. And I think a lot of that plays into the fact that when it gets down to it, he just can't get over the hump a lot of the times.
I wonder, and this is admittedly, I do not, in fact, have my ear to the street like my partner does. But there's nothing likable about this dude. I'm so curious how his teammates genuinely feel about him. Because you mentioned the looks that he gives his offensive line. You mentioned that's constantly been the story with Aaron Rodgers. That's constantly been the story that's been shaped by his buddies in the media. It's everybody else's fault but his. Like, how are you going 13-3, 13-3, 13-4 year after year after year? You're falling short in the playoffs year after year after year after year, but the story is you don't have enough weapons. Like, you're really telling me Aaron Rodgers is talented enough to get a team to 13 wins, 4 losses, but he can't win the one playoff game? That's a thing that I just can't understand. And there was a moment on Saturday that I kept thinking, like, man, this 49ers offense, like the defense is doing enough. They're keeping the ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hands. Like he's not accomplishing anything here. Like, they've got to get something. And then there was a point before, it was well before the block punt. It's like, Aaron Rodgers ain't going to do anything. Like, he's got nothing left. They need one play. And I of course, I'm thinking they need one offensive play, one Debo break that we've seen so many times, one Kittle break. It obviously became in the form of a block punt, which take it. But there was a point where, like with Brady, if there had been 20 seconds left when that field goal went through, anybody confident? Anybody think Brady couldn't have done what Mahomes did? But you know what I mean? Like with Mahomes, now with Josh Allen, with Tom Brady, that there's a fear. Shoot, with Matt freaking Stafford, when you have the opportunity, there's a fear there. There was a point, like when the the Packers weren't able to open that game up, and you kind of saw the way that it was going. There was no fear from Aaron Rodgers anymore. Now, I'm not saying he's not capable in certain circumstances, but those circumstances are the regular season. He ain't doing nothing in the playoffs that you should be fearful of.
No, he sure isn't. And Rob Starks, we knew somebody would come in. He's in the YouTube. It'd be nice if his team didn't draft a quarterback first round a few years back. That could be the difference-making starter. Fam, they're like 40-4 in that time. Like, everything is fine until his backup is against the wall, and then all of a sudden it's because they didn't draft a wide receiver or a linebacker or something else. Man, please. It works 40 other games of the year over the last 2 years. All of a sudden, when the chips are down, it don't work no more. Ain't nobody trying to hear that.
I just can't comprehend how so many people make excuses for that dude. So many people make, like, dude, if he was a basketball player of that level with his failure in the playoffs, LeBron goes to 10 finals and loses, and y'all kill him just ignoring the fact he goes to 10 finals. This dude don't even win playoff games, and they make excuses for him. This dude's winning the equivalent of 60 games every year in the NBA and losing in the first round. And you got excuses like your man that you just put up there in YouTube. It's wild. The Aaron Rodgers thing it's fascinating to me. And it's such a shame that he's been eliminated, and we don't have to give a crap about him anymore. We'll come back. I don't know. It says we'll talk Kings.
Nah.
We'll decide. We haven't talked enough about the Bills and the Chiefs yet.
Yeah, Bills, Chiefs, Bengals, Titans. Can we talk about that? Oh, we still got flip side too.
Oh, let's say, flip side out the gate. We'll do that when we return here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore on ESPN 1320.
Hey, man. Yeah, we can get him right after break.
Yeah, we'll get Mitch.
Hey, man. So where Lee's at? Rodgers didn't miss that punt, but Rodgers put up 10 points at the crib to a team that didn't even score an offensive touchdown. He couldn't get more than 10? Come on, man. Hey, they talk about defense all the time. Defense played their asses off for Green Bay on Saturday night. They did their job. They don't expect what we say all week. Aaron Rodgers, me and Kyle and Damian was on here too. Niners got to put up points to win this game because Rodgers is going to put them up. Yeah. Everybody expected Rodgers to do his job and put up points.
Well, what Michael Irvin say? That you can't lead them points out there.
Yeah,
you can't lead them points out there. And
this guy put up 10 points. Come on, man. Nah. And the only reason I don't subscribe because Rob Starks Commissaire says only one team can win a championship. The way the media works, somebody this week, last week, or whatever. People always. This is what I say all the time. It's only a team game when it's convenient for people.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And now it takes all three phases to win. But if Aaron Rodgers would have went on a run to win the Super Bowl, they wouldn't be talking no team game. They'd be talking about what Aaron Rodgers did to lead his team to a Super Bowl. But when they lose, then all of a sudden it's a team game. You need all three phases. Come on, man.
Aaron Rodgers won his third year as the starter. That was in 2010. Or 12 years ago, depending on how you want to look at it.
And the reality is Damian don't like him. I don't like him. Neither one of us has said, like, he's not any good or he's not great.
Mm-mm.
Like, telling why he's one of the greatest we've ever seen. It's not about that. It's about the fact that he can't get it done. He can't get it done.
Yeah.
That's all we saying. That's all I ever say at the beginning of the season, and he proves me right every year.
He's a great regular season quarterback. That's what he is. He's a phenomenal regular season quarterback. I'll take Mahomes over a lot of people. So
I think he will be. I don't know about already, but I think he will be. But they don't say what you want about Jimmy Garoppolo. Everybody in that locker room, they fool with Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
They know his limitations. They know, like, hey, this ain't the best quarterback here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna have to overcome some things sometimes with him. But they rock with Jimmy Garoppolo. They ride for they follow him in the battle. I don't think everybody in that locker room feel that way about Aaron Rodgers. They don't rock with Aaron Rodgers like that. It's facts.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest divas in sports. Oh, good. We're still tweeting who we interviewed. That's good stuff. That's right. Super Bowls are won by winners.
Hey,
we got. Oh, that's me. That's my bad.
Paying bills.
Well, you tell me what you tell me. You tell me what we got.
It's a 49ers Monday, and it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. I don't know if you guys can hear it still. I'm still recovering, man. My voice has been shot since like Friday afternoon. Crazy.
I thought it was because, like, I know not everybody can see this. If you're listening on Odyssey or 1320 AM, you can certainly go back and watch the live stream of the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can get some of the eventful conversations that we have during commercial breaks as well. You started the show. You've got the hoodie tied, which is that's normal for you. That's signature. You're a tie the hoodie. I'm gonna let it ride.
Mm-hmm.
But you started the show with a beanie on, and for those who have been following the saga of Kenny's heater, the heater in the Caraway compound it has not been functioning. Yeah. So Kenny started the show all bundled up, man. I think just living in your house is giving you a cold.
It might have, to be honest. Last week it was really cold. That might have something to do, because, like I said, I tested 2 times in a 72-hour period, negative both times. So it wasn't that. Didn't have no fever or nothing. But man, this house was talk about the frozen tundra.
Kenny was battling the elements to watch.
They didn't have nothing on this house. It's cold out here. So this morning, and it warmed up throughout the weekend, and then for whatever reason, this morning it was cold outside again, and it was cold in this house. So I had the beanie on, but I busted out of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to rock now.
Saturday, it was damn near hot outside.
Yeah, man.
I took the girls for a walk before the game started. Sun was shining. I was like, whoo. Child, I'm not dressed appropriately, man. It's hot out here. I'm about to go shirtless. Like, what's happening? Let's get Mitch here real quick, because I know we got Flipside, and I can't wait to hear what the Packers version of Flipside sounded like. But let's get our man Mitch in here. Mitch, what's happening?
Damon, what's popping? KC?
What's popping, Mitch?
Over there? With 50 degrees, you can't take it? You shivering? Come on.
How cold is it? How cold is it where you are, Mitch?
It's not bad. 29, 28.
No, that's
pretty cold. That's not acceptable.
Stupid. That's dumb.
I don't know about you, but I'm always looking to see if there's any snow in the floor here, because I can't stand. It's depressing when it snows.
That's not us.
No, man. No snow here.
You know, after this week, I'm on vacation. Well, who would have thought that Rodgers and Brady would be on vacation before me? You know, they have the great lives. I would take Marino and John Elway over Aaron Rodgers anytime. Even Jim Kelly. At least he gets to the Super Bowl.
I think you jumped out the window saying Jim Kelly, but I get your point.
He just really wanted to put an exclamation point on that Aaron Rodgers can't win in the playoffs. Jim Kelly at least goes to the big game and loses.
That's true.
He just doesn't. Aaron Rodgers just doesn't get there.
That is true. You know, I got an encouraging message. And we'll talk about these guys in just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I got an encouraging message from our guy, Charlie Walter. Yeah, over the weekend. I was talking about how embarrassing the Sacramento Kings have been this year.
Mm-hmm.
It hit me like a ton of bricks last night that season is done.
Mm-hmm.
I can guarantee you that's over when you talk about this season.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Yeah, it's done. And I just, I had a little tweet that just let it out. And Charlie said, it'll get better. It'll get better. One day It'll get better, and it'll all be
spoken like a guy who didn't spend a lot of time in Sacramento.
No, but he's a Cincinnati guy.
That's right.
He didn't do anything for about 30 years. Right. I hope we don't have to wait for 30 years. But he said,
hey,
it'll get better.
We're halfway there. We're halfway there.
I heard the story of like a Bills fan who, oh man, Heartbreak Hotel. Shout out to my guy Ender, my neighbor. Oh man, tough. Krita, sorry about that too. Wow, it's ugly to be a Bills fan right now. But they're talking about how the Bills, before Josh Allen came, it was the Music City Miracle.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think Tyrod got him there actually. But it was like 20 years later of nothing.
And I think I saw yesterday's was dubbed because you also had Wide Right.
Yeah.
And I believe yesterday's was dubbed Gone in 13 Seconds.
Oh, jeez. Why they do that to them boys? Why they do that to them boys?
Gold piece of work.
One of these days.
The Music City Miracle, Wide Right, and Gone in 13 Seconds.
One of these days, it'll happen here in Sacramento.
Can I just point just one quick thing out, because I you know, the heartbreak that Buffalo Bills fans are experiencing today. The window didn't shut on y'all last night. The window opened. Like Buffalo, y'all are in really good shape moving forward, and I know that's difficult to like that's not good enough. Like I understand that y'all got one of them guys in Josh Allen. Like you've got one of those guys that very few teams in the league have. You're in good shape moving forward. This was painful. I know it hurt, but the Packers, this was the end of the Green Bay Packers.
Right. Yeah.
This wasn't the end of the Buffalo Bills at all. They just getting started.
Football is tough though.
Absolutely.
It's tough to say.
Absolutely.
We're going to come right back.
Absolutely.
I guess typically it happens more times than not. But
when you got that quarterback, we just outlined all of Aaron Rodgers' playoff failures, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he been to the playoffs.
Yeah.
He there. Look at what Patrick Mahomes is doing.
Well, the thing about it is with Aaron Rodgers, I'm gonna throw a little shade, but not everybody playing NFC North. Not everybody plays the Bears and the Lions 4 times, and you don't have to worry about nothing.
Sorry.
You just do what you do.
I'm sorry. Are the New York Jets
That's what I'm saying.
Buffalo's division? Are the Miami Dolphins, who have now fired Brian Flores, and God knows what they're doing, riding the arm of Tua Tagovailoa? Jesse, you confident in your Dolphins next year? You ain't confident because they're gonna mess up the hire, and then you've got you've got to survive, Bill Belichick and hope Mac Jones doesn't turn into the next Josh Allen.
But they're in a better space than, say, if like he was in the NFC West or something like that, because all bets are off in the NFC West.
Sure,
matter of fact,
a tough division.
Matter of fact,
AFC North too. There's a tough division.
Yeah, I'm full of numbers today.
Okay, still in my gimmick.
I'm just gotta slide in there real quick. Did you know this is the 20th year of the divisional alignments as we know them? So like NFC West, AFC, all that stuff, right?
Okay.
The NFC West has put every team into the conference championship round at least twice since 2002. Niners 5 times, 5 times for the Niners. Seahawks 3 times, Rams twice, Cardinals twice. The NFC South is the only other division to do this.
The Cardinals twice, huh?
Yeah, Fitz and when they lost to Carolina. So the year they made it to the Super Bowl and then they got beat down by Cam and them.
Was Warner the quarterback?
No, that was Palmer, I think, when they got beat by Carolina.
Wow, I cannot remember that at all.
Yeah.
I remember that season for Carolina very well. I don't remember that game. I remember the Super Bowl. I don't remember that game for nothing.
I remember that game because it was a beatdown. And the thing I remember most about that game is I think it was Jeezy, 2 Chainz, and Future were on the sideline. and they got like this iconic picture.
Okay.
That's what I remember of that game. The 49ers, 5th NFC Championship game in the last 11 years, I think it was. That is some good stuff, man. Unfortunately, no Super Bowls to take from that, but damn.
Yeah.
And that's for a team that hit rock bottom at one time.
Yeah.
They went from hardball to rock bottom with Tom Sula and with Chip Kelly.
Disaster of a roster. Just a god awful roster.
It was an expansion team, and that's where I always came and defended Kyle Shanahan's record and what he did, because he took over nothing.
Yeah, we know that you defend Kyle Shanahan. That's not a sentence that you have to say out loud. We
just saying, man. Come on, man.
You want to?
I know you've already said it before, but I got to ask the people: is he a good coach now? Is he a good coach now?
He's always been a good coach. He's always been a great coach.
You said that. You said that a long time ago. I'm just asking other people: is he a good coach now?
Okay.
He might be an offensive genius.
You want to pat yourself on the back so we can move on, please. Hashtag Kenny Horowitz. We've got Kings tickets coming up for you in 2 minutes. No, it's not punishment. Like, we're sending you to a game for free. Like, we want to thank you for listening to this show. So we're going to send you to the Golden One Center, and you can get some great food and a $20 beer. But first, before we do that, I want to hit the playoff edition, the divisional round edition of Flipside.
Yes, sir.
Got George coming up in 20 minutes, by the way.
Once again, 49ers beat the Packers 13-10. Let's take a trip to the frozen tundra, see what they talk about at Green Bay.
Flipside. 39-yard field goal attempt. Crosby's made 7 in a row, all under 40 yards down the stretch this season. Bojorquez down on one knee. Here's the snap. The placement, and the kick is blocked. The kick is blocked and recovered by Bojorquez.
Looks like Jimmy Ward got in there.
Jimmy Ward broke through, blocked it. So the Packers head to halftime on a bit of a sour note, with just a 7-point lead after dominating most of this first half of play.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
Oh, there he is.
Flip side. Appears to be getting the ball in good field position here. Bojorquez lined up in his end zone, waiting for the snap. Line of scrimmage, 12-yard line, Green Bay. Low snap. Bojorquez has blocked up into the air, and it caroms and is scooped up by the Niners and returned to the end zone for a touchdown. San Francisco scooped up and taken into the end zone by the Niners, and the guy who gathered it in was Talanoga Hufanga. And the Niners are an extra point away from getting this game tied. Special teams.
When I see people say that coleslaw.
Easy work. Easy work. Easy work.
Tell him, Floyd.
Easy work.
Flip side. 45-yard field goal attempt.
Oh, last one.
Wisnowski down on one knee, waiting for the snap. Tabor Pepper on the snap. Signals being called. Here's the snap. High snap. Placement made. Kick end over end to the uprights, and it is good. The San Francisco 49ers advance
to the end of the game
with a 13-10 victory over the Green Bay
wait,
Packers.
Baby, this will be the best one.
On a 45-yard field goal by Robbie Gould.
Give it to me.
As time expires.
Come on.
How disappointed are you that you will not be a 49er?
Not as disappointed as the 49ers will be that they didn't draft me.
I enjoyed that. Because I always love listening to the former player. I always love listening to the color analyst. The ball goes through the uprights. Who probably makes a couple $100,000 a year. And
he was good. He was not happy.
You have got to be kidding me. I believe he uttered "you have got to be kidding me" 3 times on the block punt. That was fantastic.
Poor guy. Once again, one of the greatest plays in 49er history, that block punt. That I always say this. I think I said it off the air or like during the commercial breaks earlier today. I'll say it on the air. I can come in here and I can gloat and I can talk trash because I will open and honestly tell you, I can't believe they won that game. I did not believe they won that game. I did not think they were going to. Well, going into the game, I did, but as the game played on, I was like, it's looking tight. I don't think they can do it. And when they got stopped on 4th and 1, I thought that was it. I thought that was game time. And they came down, and when they got that block punt, the Queen Bee, she can verify this because she was watching. I said, "Oh my gosh, they blocked the punt!" And I start looking around. Where's the ball? Where's the ball?
Would you have your Oculus on, looking around trying to find a ball in the living room?
So where's the ball? Where's the ball? And then it plops over there by Ufunga. And I said, "Go get it! Go get the ball, scoop and score!" I can't believe they won that game, man. I really can't. That was an all-timer. I've said that probably 2 or 3 times this year, but that absolutely was an all-timer, man. And that was one of the great, I'm going to keep saying it was one of the greatest plays in 49er history, that block punt. I can't believe they won that game, man. I can't believe they won that one.
Hopefully they got one more in them. Hopefully they got 2 more in them, man. One day at a time. Humble hearts, though.
Humble hearts.
One day at a time. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. We appreciate you so much for being with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on 1320 AM here on this 49ers Monday. We're going to shift gears here. We got Matt George coming up in 20 minutes. We got James Ham joining us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And we've got Kings tickets right now for you. 916-349-1320. We'll get you all set up to see the Sacramento Kings take on Minnesota February 9th at the Golden One Center. Again, caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320. We've got that set up for you all week. We will send you to see your Sacramento Kings. They got a couple of games under their belt. Actually, I think they come back on the 2nd. They hit the road on the 3rd. I mean, if I hit the road, I mean they drive to San Francisco and back. But
they actually fly. You know this. I mean, I know you know.
They still do that? They still fly?
I think so. Yeah, they fly to Oakland. It's crazy. Yeah, back east, don't they take the train? Sometimes, like if you're going like DC to New York, sometimes they might take the train.
I've heard that. In my experience in DC, I'm not aware of that happening. That like actually happening. So,
but I could take the train to let the Kings off at the Coliseum.
Walk around.
Be careful. let them off at the Coliseum station.
At the rate things are going for the Kings, I mean, it's not totally unrealistic that something like that happens. They did play over the weekend.
We got to talk about these guys. We got to talk about. I watched a lot of Swamp People this weekend. You want to talk about that instead?
The hell is Swamp People?
Oh, Swamp People is lit. It basically is alligator hunting. It's lit. I mean, I don't actively go out and watch it myself, but Jazz watches it a lot, and I get caught up in it. It's crazy. They messing with these gators. They tripping, man. They bring out some dinosaurs onto that boat.
I don't know what to say to you sometimes. And this is one of those times where I don't know what to say to you.
Swamp People crazy, man.
If you want to talk,
Swamp People really is a crazy show.
If you want to talk Swamp People and instead of the Kings loss to the Bucks, then I'm all for it. You can fill me in.
Man, season over, man. Damn. Season done. Can't believe this, man.
It just took you from like the highest of highs to the lowest of lows here as we shift from the 49ers to the Sacramento Kings. Why all of a sudden is the season over?
Well, I mean, I was just, going through the scores last night, and I saw that Portland got another win. And I'm not saying Portland has just turned their season around and everything's going to be perfect, but it seems like they're getting their feet under them now, right? Like they may end up in the 10th seed. They may not go any higher, but they're not going to be hanging around in Kingsland anymore.
Yeah,
they're 3 games up right now, and they're in the 10th spot. And the Kings are behind New Orleans.
Yeah,
the Kings are 18-30. 18-30. And they're on this road trip that I don't think, like we joke around with and we talk about knowing the Kings, they'll win 1 or 2 of these games. But realistically, none of us expect them to win any of these games on the road. What is it, 4 or 5 game road?
No one. When it's 5, they're 1 game in, and no one would be surprised if they lost all of them. No one would be surprised if they won 2 or 3 of them. Like that's one of the many frustrating components of this team is you don't know what you're going to get from them on a night-to-night basis. And one thing that they have completely there were at points this season where it at least looked like they were trying defensively, not to overuse it, but
I can guarantee you
they ain't even trying no more. Like they like 133. I think each of the last didn't they give up 133 to Detroit?
Yeah, they did.
They've given up. I mean, they're just
run to lose a game too.
They're just done. They're like the hell with it.
They are finished, and they I for one, I like I said, I understand why people say all this stuff. They ain't winning no games on this road trip. They're not winning any of them. They're not.
I mean, I don't know. De'Aaron Fox was a late scratch from that game. I guess he has an ankle injury. We'll find out when James Ham joins us what his status is for tonight. I believe as of this moment, it's questionable, or not tonight. For Boston tomorrow night, what the outlook looks like for the game in Boston tomorrow night. But you have that. I mean, you could. I don't know what to do with this, man. You mentioned they're 12 games under 500. To make matters worse, I guess, Tyrese Halliburton continues to play really well when De'Aaron's out.
He played really well on Saturday.
Now, I guess unlike the last time De'Aaron was out, there's a sample size of Tyrese playing really well when De'Aaron plays. So it's not like an isolated component of Tyrese puts up these, somewhat monster numbers when De'Aaron Fox isn't around, because we've seen him put similar numbers up when he has been around. But now, you're getting a sample size that gets difficult to ignore. 23.6 points per game, 11.4 assists in the 5 games that Tyrese has played without De'Aaron Fox.
It's so incredible. It's incredible, but it's so bizarre because, it doesn't feel like De'Aaron being out there changes his game at all. It'd be one thing if De'Aaron was taking all the shots and wasn't giving Tyrese any opportunity. It almost feels like, and I don't think this is the case, but Tyrese does it to himself when De'Aaron is out there. He just stops shooting himself. Everybody's saying shoot the ball, be aggressive, look to attack. And for whatever reason, he just doesn't do it when Fox is out there. When Fox is gone, he's ultra aggressive. He's aggressive with the shot, things of that nature. And it's like, man, come on, we need this when he's out there. 14 shot attempts on Saturday night, completely fair. That is something that he can do every single night. Will it equate to 24 points? I don't know. I'm not necessarily saying that, but come on, man. I can get, there's too many times when I see 5, 6 shot attempts from Tyrese Halliburton when De'Aaron Fox is out there. And it's like, nah, man, shoot the ball. We need more of that on a consistent basis. And I just don't understand why it doesn't seem to happen more times than not with De'Aaron Fox out there on the court.
Yeah, I don't either. And no, this is not a rerun. This is a live episode of D-Lo and KC. We've just been asking this same damn question for 40, 50 some odd games or whatever it is now. And the only line I can go to is the one from Tyrese Halliburton. People have been telling me my whole career I got to shoot more. I took that as I don't give a damn. I'm gonna play my ball. This is how I play ball. I'm not gonna take the amount of shots that you think I need to take. And it's like you look at, they've had 2 games in a row, and look, it's Milwaukee for sure. Giannis wasn't there. Wasn't no Giannis Antetokounmpo out there running things. Now, obviously, without Giannis, this isn't Detroit without Jeremy Grant or something like that. This is a really good basketball team, even when Giannis isn't there. But they put themselves in position to win. They played well enough, they played well enough offensively to win. They've had 3 20-plus point scores in each of the last 2 games, in which they both lost. There were 80 combined points in the fourth quarter between the 2 teams. 41-39 in that fourth quarter.
That was crazy. I think that was That was a record or something, or it hadn't been done in a long time or something like that, of 40 points from both teams, or 80 points in the fourth quarter.
I have 80 points in the fourth quarter, the most combined points in any fourth quarter this season. That's
Okay.
the extent of the notes that I have. So that's poor work on me.
No, that's good. It's just, and I think about how dead this season is, how much it's over, how much they've waited so long for this Ben Simmons deal that I told you was never going to happen. And now it's looking like it's not going to happen. And they need to do something, because right now there's no reason to watch. I got to do it because it's what I do for a living. There's no reason to watch Kings basketball this year. There's none. For the rest of the season, there's none. They're not coming back this year, and they have nobody that you really want to see. Tyrese, De'Aaron, yeah, we know.
Who are you even rooting for at this point?
Nothing. And that's even more so. I don't think this trade is on the table, but that's even more so why I would, even though the guy's out indefinitely again, I'd look at a Wiseman type guy. If it's not Wiseman, somebody like that. It's Cam Reddish. You need something to give people something to watch and think about, okay, well, this year sucked, but we got this guy halfway through the season. Most people won't do it, but even some people might say, hey, bring him back next year with Fox, with a draft pick, with a free agent, with another deal made, and we might have some action. Right now, there's no need, there's no reason to watch. Hell, if Cam Reddish or Wiseman was out there, at least I'd have something to watch. I want to see what these guys are looking like. I got no reason to watch Kings basketball right now. None.
Yeah. Outside our employment obligations, it's not fun. But one thing I have taken a liking to is waking up every morning and reading about how Daryl Morey is walking around Philadelphia in a full clown suit. We'll tell you the latest report here, and it's a good one. When D'Lo and Casey return, and Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. He joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore on ESPN 1320.
13th round, ready to go. I'll get it. Yeah, I'll get it.
Okay.
Let me get my stopwatch ready. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. We had a little boxing over the weekend. I was so engulfed in the football and everything. I didn't get a chance to go into the boxing the way I wanted to. But we had Gary Russell Jr., an absolute enigma for his entire career, one of the most talented guys in boxing year in and year out, but just not accomplished at all and never fights for whatever reason. He fought on Saturday, and he ended up taking a loss and lost his WBC featherweight title in Atlantic City over a decision loss to Mark. How you say his name again? Maxoya? I think that's how you say it. Either way, Gary Russell Jr. lost. That was tough. That's not necessarily the story, right? The story for me is the double standards, once again, that we see from these people in the boxing media. And that's why you got shows like the 13th round. That's why you got guys like Boxing Ego who are out there talking and open your eyes to some of the stuff that's going on. In this fight, before the fight, Gary Russell said, yo, I'm injured. I'm injured right now. I'm gonna keep the fight going, but I'm injured. I'm gonna try and gut it out. I don't want to reschedule the fight, nothing like that. Shoulder give me a problem. I'm injured. He loses, and I think he talks about it again after the fight. And then you got guys like Dan Rayfield who go on Twitter and they say, if you get in the ring and fight, I don't want to hear excuses. If you're hurt, postpone. If not, shut the F up. Well, that's interesting because Dan Rayfield was also the same one that tweeted after Lomachenko lost to Teofimo Lopez and tried to complain about his shoulder being hurt. Somebody asked him, here we go again, using Loma's injury as an excuse. And Dan, at that point, said, when you have surgery, it's not an excuse. It's a fact. So, Dan, you telling me that it's cool to give Loma a pass and talk about how it's a fact when he's injured, but when Gary Russell Jr. talks about he was injured, nobody wants to hear that. He needs to shut the F up. No, Dan, I think you need to shut the F up. That's the 13th round. Luke Walton about to get a ring.
My man Braden got the Oculus over the weekend.
Oh snap! Did you check it out?
I didn't know. No.
I tell you, they got to get some more games. When they get the games for that thing is gonna be crazy.
I spent a lot of time looking it up. Are you dead?
Just working on some text and working on a little something here.
What's going on, man?
Y'all gonna make me talk about the team.
There,
You know what
there
time
you go. That's the way to do it, buddy.
You know what time it is.
Is this my first appearance in 2022? I feel like I ain't seen him all year.
It is.
Oh man,
Is it?
big dog?
I think so. Isn't it?
It's your first appearance all month. Is that right? That can't be right. Oh, so you were all, well, maybe it is.
It might be.
No, I can't. It can't be. I refuse to believe it.
All right. Now I'll talk about this team.
I got a tweet from Mitch. He says, "At IMK Diddy, I was still talking, warming up."
We're coming back. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And in order to prepare to talk about Sacramento Kings basketball, we were planning on welcoming in Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Instead, we welcome in Maddie McQueen, who's oh man, that was a stiff glass that you just poured right there. Oh, all right, buddy. There you go.
Let's talk some Kings basketball. I'm ready.
Maddie McQueen is in the building.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, buddy?
We just figured out it's first time this year we've talked to you. First time in 2022. Can I tell him Happy New Year's, Damien?
Nope, absolutely not.
Not since the new year.
It doesn't matter. You should. That's your fault. You could have called him. You could have texted him. I saw Matt last week.
My bad, big dog.
That's true. D'Lo and I chopped it up on Locked On Kings, which I appreciate. If you missed that episode, go and check it out. But now I'm back here to invade D'Lo and KC. Let's do it.
So let's start with this. Kenny said season's over. Like it's done. Like I'm out. Where are you? Is Kings season over for you?
I think season is at a crossroads. I did a podcast, yesterday's podcast. I was joined by Brendan Nunez of King's Pulse, and we talked about this a little bit. And actually, today's podcast, which is dropping at 4 right after your guys' show gets off the air, I talk about how the road that the Kings have to take here is kind of being decided for them as we get each day closer and each game closer to the trade deadline itself, and the Kings continue to move in the wrong direction. You two were just discussing the fact that the Kings are now 3 games back of Portland in the play-in race. And once again, it's important to bring up the point of making the play-in is to make the playoffs, not just make the play-in for play-in's sake. Because if that's the case, then the play-in is just a beautifully fun, disguised purgatory. That's all it is. If you make the play in as a 10th seed or 9th seed, even if you win the first game and say you advance to game 2, if you lose, it doesn't matter. You're still in the same spot that you've been in for 15 seasons, which is not good enough to make the playoffs, not bad enough to have a top pick. So I think this Kings season is at a crossroads right now. Is it over? Maybe for the sense of the hopes of the playoffs being a legitimate target for the Kings, maybe that is over, Casey. But I think if the Kings are potentially willing to pivot their focus towards this upcoming draft, pivot their focus towards the future, one which can still be built around De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton, approach this trade deadline accordingly with that in mind, then maybe we have something. But at this point in time, this current version of this Kings team is definitely over. And I think the pipe dream that is the Kings making the playoffs is over too.
Sad. Real sad. What's your take, Matt, on my take of Monty McNair in this front office is kind of just let this season die. We've been talking for about, now we're looking at probably 6-7 weeks whenever Luke Walton was fired, about making changes with this roster, getting guys out of here and not being so caught up on value and all this other stuff. You have to make moves and change this roster up because these guys together, they don't work. And for the better part of almost 2 months now, they've done nothing, waiting for this big fish to land and Ben Simmons trade or whoever, the Sabonis or whatever the case may be, that I could tell you was never going to come. Like, this was never going to happen. It was a pipe dream. And now here you are, 18-30, possibly going to be about 18-34 by the end of this road trip. And the season's done. And we're still dealing with the same team. And if you would have been proactive and took care of some of the moves earlier in the year, I think you could have had an opportunity to salvage this season. You think it was that simple?
I think it's getting to that point. I would be okay with McNair giving up on the, like I said, pipe dream that is actually making the playoffs through the play-in. I'm not okay with Monty McNair giving up, period. And what I mean by that is if you are going to pivot your focus, like I said, if you are going to stop that goal of making the playoffs, it might have been a foolish goal to begin with, although I agree with you, KC, and we discussed it a lot at the beginning of the season, early on in the season. This team had the potential to make the playoffs. They just are not capable of playing good basketball together, and that's been made abundantly clear over the last 3 seasons. But if the Kings are pivoting the focus or are to pivot a focus to a more future-oriented, draft-oriented, starting kind of over with a build around Fox and Halliburton mindset, I'm not forgiving them for ultimately failing their goal of making the playoffs. They're not forgiven, but you can at least get that next step off to the right start with this trade deadline. Now, on this show, on Locked On Kings, I preached a ton about a swing for the fences move, and I still would love to see the Kings in some capacity go for a swing for the fences move, as long as that swing for the fences move is not a stupid swing for the fences move that McNair is making out of desperation, not just to make the playoffs, but to save his own job. I think that is maybe the worst case scenario in all of this. And I sincerely hope that McNair, his seat isn't as hot as some people are making it out to be. We haven't read any reports or heard anything about McNair being on the hot seat, but the fact that he's only had an off season and a half, granted, you could say he's wasted that time, and I understand that to some extent, but he hasn't been here long enough, in my opinion, to consider moving on from him. I think that would look horrible for this organization that already looks plenty bad. If I'm the Kings at this point in time, if I'm McNair, I'm either, if the playoffs are still the goal, I'm making a move in the next couple of days. I can't afford to wait any longer, or I'm pivoting my focus. And I would honestly say that the Kings right now, they have like where they sit, they have the best odds at the 7th pick. They have a 37%. If the lottery was today, they have a 37% chance of moving into the top 3, a 7% chance or something like that to get the number 1 overall pick. So the way I formed it is, what's the higher percentage chance? 7% to get the number 1 overall pick, or the Kings' percentage to actually make the playoffs, not the play-in, the playoffs. I'd say playoffs is probably lower than 7%.
Oh, significantly lower, I would think. But yeah, I'm not trying to stall them out. It's not like the 7, 8, 9 teams are going to be very good either. But
right, you're right.
Obviously, the Kings are a disaster. Let's stick with your swing for the fences line, and this will lead us into a conversation about Tyrese Halliburton. From The Athletic today, quote, for Simmons, the 76ers have asked the Kings for guard Tyrese Halliburton in multiple first-round picks. They asked for a package around John Collins and multiple first-round picks from the Hawks, along with Atlanta taking on Tobias Harris. The Athletic reported on Wednesday that the Kings do not plan to move De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton and want to build around them. I point that out, end quote. That's from The Athletic here today, Shams, and I believe Sam Amick was a part of that as well. I point that out because, one, Daryl Morey he's just obviously desperate in his public negotiations of Ben Simmons through the media. But I think it's interesting too, the note about Tyrese Halliburton in first-round picks, and he also doesn't tie Tobias Harris to the Sacramento Kings in this particular article, because it's pointed out they're trying to move, John Collins, multiple first-round picks, and Atlanta taking Tobias Harris. That's not referenced with Sacramento. So in the latest Ben Simmons nonsense, in which I think we all believe Ben Simmons isn't going to be traded by February 10th, they've now firmly etched Tyrese Halliburton's name as the one that they want to go after.
Yeah, thank you. Next. For once, the Kings can actually be the one to hang up the phone immediately and laugh. Like, there's, to me, this is not saying that Tyrese Halliburton is a better player than De'Aaron Fox, although he may end up becoming that one day. Tyrese Halliburton, in my mind, right now is more valuable to the Sacramento Kings than De'Aaron Fox is because of his contract, because how young he is, because of what he's already proven to do. D'Lo, you and I had a conversation a little bit on Locked On Kings about if Tyrese is potentially more important already for this Kings team in some capacity than De'Aaron Fox is at this point in time. I know we had a little back and forth about that. I do believe that if the Kings had to choose between Fox or Halliburton, they would pick Halliburton, and the rumors somewhat reflect that. So, I mean, if this is another example, which it is, of Daryl Morey asking for way too high of an asking price, all the power to him. It's not happening. I can't see a scenario where the Kings would be willing to move on from Tyrese Halliburton for Ben Simmons, unless the only thing that makes logical sense in my mind is that McNair is so desperate and his seat is so hot. He's so desperate to save his job that he doesn't care about the future that is Tyrese Halliburton and wants to make that ridiculous swing for the fences move now, which I think would be an awful move for the Kings. So I read that article, rolled my eyes, and basically moved on with my day.
Mm-hmm.
So, Matt, what are we doing now? What are we doing? Because I mentioned before the break, to be honest with you, I have professional obligations to do it. I like basketball, I guess, or whatever, but there's no real reason to watch this team. I mean, this team isn't enjoyable to watch. They're not fun. There's nobody here that we don't know anything about. We know what De'Aaron Fox is, Tyrese Halliburton, so we don't really have to watch them to know what we're getting next year. What is there to watch? I've said numerous times, and I don't know if this exact deal would happen, but I would be going after a James Wiseman. That's why I wanted Cam Reddish, because you bring somebody in here that people maybe haven't seen or they're put into a different role, and I want to see that. I want to see what it looks like. I want to see if there's some hope. There's no hope here right now. What in your opinion, is there to do to continue to watch this team every year, every night?
Casey, I've been watching Kings basketball for 21 years, 7 years, 8 seasons professionally. I have never loathed watching Kings basketball more than I do this season. If it were not for my professional obligations, if I weren't paid to host Locked On Kings and make appearances like here on D'Lo and Casey, I would not pay an ounce of attention. And I do not blame any Kings fan who says I cannot do it anymore. Now, I do know that this city and this fan base is so passionate that there are many fans who the Kings, quite frankly, do not deserve, who will watch no matter what, even if they hate their lives. They're sitting in front of the TV watching or going to the game still to support. And I admire those people. I love those people. That's what makes Sacramento, Sacramento. But that is the fan base that this team doesn't deserve this season. And quite frankly, they haven't deserved for quite a while. I don't have an answer for you, Casey, about what to watch and what to continue to watch with this Kings team. There's nothing unless they do something at this trade deadline, something with a clear direction in mind. If you do decide that you're only going to make marginal moves, you have to make the correct marginal moves to where you show the fan base you are moving in this future focused direction and give them a reason to watch losing with optimism for the future. Okay, I see what we're doing here. Or you have to do that swing for the fences move, bring in that star that is one way or another going to capture our attention, even if we watch the last bit of Titanic sink below the water. Like that is the only reason. At this point in time, this Sacramento Kings team is way less watchable than the Stockton Kings, than most G League teams. There's no point really in paying attention to this Kings team. And I never, ever, ever thought that I would say that in my life, because I grew up a fan. I grew up a part of this city. I grew up looking forward to going to Arco Arena. I grew up looking forward to Kings games, even when the Kings were winning 17 games and getting their asses kicked by LeBron James-led Cleveland Cavaliers. I looked forward to those games. Now, like it's made me in many ways fall out of love with the game of basketball this season. So what do? I watch the Chicago Bulls to make me feel better.
So here's the funny thing about that. And Matt and I had a similar similar conversation about this on the Locked On Kings podcast. Is, I understand Kenny's frustration right now, and I understand the overall kind of it's almost the feeling of like tomorrow night we'll get here, or tomorrow, I guess it'll be late afternoon or early evening for us. And it'll be like, there's a Kings game tonight.
Yep.
But the fact is, and I'm not speaking, we're going to watch it. Like, and the people in the chat house are going to watch it, and the frustrated Kings fans on Twitter are going to watch it, and the frustrated Kings fans that we don't hear from are going to watch it, because we still have a passion for basketball. It's infuriating that our passion isn't rewarded, but it's still like, even when it feels like there's nothing to watch for, we're all watching, and we're all still very invested in this team. And I'll throw something at you to watch, and not to keep plugging the Locked On Kings podcast that you and I did together. Probably your greatest episode ever, if I do say so myself.
Very true.
But we were talking about Tyrese. You asked me a question about Tyrese and De'Aaron and playing together. And it just so happens the next time the Kings play, De'Aaron doesn't play.
Right.
Tyrese, has another one of those big games. And now the sample size of, De'Aaron being out and Tyrese putting up these monster numbers is getting larger and larger. And I don't know what my question is. But there's a question there somewhere, and it's not a De'Aaron or Tyrese question. And it might be more along the lines of what Kenny said a few minutes ago, is why can't Tyrese do this more when De'Aaron's around?
And I think a branch of that question too, maybe two branches of that question is number one, the main question I say will branch off of that is, if you do believe, and I think we all do believe, that Fox and Halliburton can be something together, how long do you give that to figure itself out? Because I don't think 2 seasons, and we haven't gotten to 2 seasons yet, is long enough for two guys to turn into the Steph Clay or Lillard McCollum maybe of a couple of years ago comparison that I was trying to make, and that we were optimistic for when these two were first paired together. Hell, this is just the first season that Tyrese is starting alongside De'Aaron Fox on a night in, night out basis, because that was a spot that was held for way too damn long by Buddy Hield last season, as we all know. I can't explain why that is the case, other than the fact that Tyrese knows in those spots that the Kings need that of him. And I think the biggest credit that I can give Tyrese is he recognizes, because he's just that smart, he recognizes what the team needs from him most, even if he passes up a handful of shots too many times when he's playing with De'Aaron, that can be frustrating at times. But he knows when Fox isn't playing, okay, I need to step up offensively if we want any semblance of a chance to win. Just like De'Aaron knows the same thing, and Fox did step up when Tyrese Halliburton was out. The big difference is, though, that Fox is not the facilitator that Tyrese is, and Fox cannot run the half-court offense in the same way that Tyrese Halliburton can. Throughout Fox's entire career, I'm not saying it's his fault, but throughout Fox's entire career, the Kings have been a poor half-court offensive team. And now they have suddenly become better in the half court, especially better in the pick and roll since Tyrese joined. That is the big distinction between the two. That is why I say Tyrese may be more overall important to the Kings today than De'Aaron Fox is, and certainly maybe more important for the team going forward. But importance is up for debate. And I think the best that this Kings team can be still is with Fox and Halliburton working it out together.
And see, that's the frustrating part, because I believe, like you, Matt, in Tyrese's understanding of the game and giving the team whatever they need, just because of his basketball IQ out there on the floor. But the team needs him to shoot. You know what I'm saying? And that's the frustrating aspect, because I know he has the IQ to do those things. But when the team is more, or can be more successful with him and De'Aaron being an aggressive 1-2 combination in that backcourt, and he refuses not to shoot as much when De'Aaron is around, it's like, man, like I find myself frustrated by it, because he does things like he does on Saturday, where he looks really good. He's aggressive. He's out there putting up a double-double, a 20-point double-double, and things of that nature. So he has the ability to do it, but he just falls back when De'Aaron is there. And ironically, to what you're saying, the team needs him. Like, that's what the team needs, that aggressive Tyrese Halliburton when De'Aaron is there.
And there's a moment that I remember vividly from the beginning of the season, even though it feels like years ago. Tyrese was standing in the corner. I think it was either late in the game or late in the shot clock. And Fox attacked the basket, kicked out to Tyrese, who had an open corner three. And instead of shooting it, he swung the ball to the top of the key. The Kings either ended up getting a shot clock violation or missing the shot. And you saw Fox and Tyrese make eye contact, and Tyrese pats his chest like, that's my bad. I know I should have taken that shot. I think maybe that's the next step in the relationship between the two. Is we know Fox publicly has said he trusts Tyrese to take that shot and wants Tyrese to take that shot more. But the accountability between the two of Fox going, I might be the guy. This might be my team. I'm paid like the star, but you're just as important as me, man. We want you taking that shot. I think that would speak volumes. Now, as far as I know, Fox could be encouraging him, and he's still not doing it. I know that's frustrating. I also don't want Tyrese to become a high volume 3-point shooter, because then I think you lose what makes Tyrese so effective, which is he only really takes quality shots. He doesn't really force bad threes. I want him taking more threes, don't get me wrong, but if he gets up to like Buddy Hield or hell, even Harrison Barnes levels of 3-point shooting, when I say Harrison Barnes levels, which is like what the Kings want Harrison Barnes shooting. He isn't doing it right now, but the Kings want Barnes shooting 9, 10 3-pointers a game. I don't want Tyrese to be at that level, but if you can get Tyrese at 6 or 7, which I actually don't know what his averages are right now, I think that's great. So yes, Tyrese needs to shoot the ball more, but I think his shooting also needs to become because of, in some way, of De'Aaron Fox, not in spite of De'Aaron Fox.
By the way, Harrison Barnes had 29 the other night. Like, there's just been so many wasted big time performances from guys. I was stalling. That was very much a stall tactic to get an answer to your question. Tyrese Halliburton is averaging 4.8 threes per game.
Yeah, that needs to at the absolute most double to me. At the absolute most.
It's actually less than last year. I mean, barely, but it's 5.1 last year, 4.8 this year. Oh. This team stinks defensively, dude. Like, it's one thing for them to be, it's one thing for them to be losing games, but they are embarrassingly bad defensively. And here's like it ain't Alvin, it ain't Luke, it ain't Dave Yeager. Like, these dudes have just said the hell with defense. And I don't think I have a question out of that. I'm just stunned Alvin Gentry hasn't quit.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want me
like, I'm a 40-year vet. I don't need this crap. I'm leaving.
You want me to give props to the Sacramento Kings fan base? They have stayed along and stuck around longer than the Kings' effort on defense has this season, which is saying something. I mean, they've given up 133 points in back-to-back games. One was against the Pistons, who averaged 101 points per game. The other one was against the Milwaukee Bucks, defending champions, without Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, I actually talked about this recently on Locked On Kings. Like, I don't know what the Kings, even if they make a swing for the fences move, even if Ben Simmons does come here, is 1 or 2 big name acquisitions enough to save what is this colossal, horrific defense? And
it also has to subtract players. Like,
exactly.
I think that's the important
exactly.
part.
And Brendan Nunez said the exact same thing. It's almost an addition by subtraction. Brilliant. If you get rid of Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley at this trade deadline, you probably become a better defensive team, even if you trade them for rocks. Or like target coupons, you probably improve as a defensive team. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but at the same time kind of do, because those two are two of the worst defenders in the NBA.
Their defense isn't worth target coupons. Come on, man.
Yeah, there's some pretty good target coupons out there.
That's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody ever said, hey, it was a pretty good defensive effort by the Kings. This team, it just dawned on me. They shot 52% in back-to-back games and lost.
Hey, D'Lo, but Buddy Hield is good for one of those random backcourt steals when the Kings are down 20 per game, at least according to the broadcast team. So he's good for one of those a game.
It's nasty, man. Matt, I want to see, I just kind of skated around. Hey, Matt, I want to ask you a hypothetical. Just because, we got a little time left. We got, a couple minutes left. And I just want to ask you. I don't even know if this is on the table. I don't know if it's realistic. Would you trade Rashawn Holmes for James Wiseman?
Boy, you are going to get somebody to answer that question the way you want.
We still have Matt and Jason. Those are 2 people I haven't asked.
I think 2 months ago I would have laughed And at this point, I'd consider it. I don't think I'd say yes because I like Rashawn Holmes a lot, and I do still believe he can be a good fit for the future as long as there's also a shooter out there with him. But I would consider it at this point. I absolutely would consider it.
I know we're all about trading everybody, but like Rashawn is not a problem, is he?
No, but I will say if Marvin Bagley wasn't here, Rashawn would be getting more heat for missing games than he is.
Oh,
like Rashawn has missed
right.
a ton of games all 3 seasons. It's not his fault. Health and safety protocols, you can't blame him for it. Getting scratched in the eye twice. I don't blame the guy for it, just like I don't really blame Marvin Bagley for being made out of glass. But Rashawn Holmes has missed a chunk of games every single season. For 2 years, you're paying him nothing, so it did not matter. Now you're paying the guy, and you need him. The Kings desperately need Rashawn, so how much can you rely upon him? I'm not ready to start the Rashawn Holmes isn't reliable conversation at all because there are easier guys to pick on, and Rashawn is not to blame for where this Kings team is at. But, man, I
got you. You're right.
Start paying attention to that a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, my whole thing with Rashawn, once again, is how are you going to get something back of consequence in any trade outside of Rashawn Holmes, Tyrese Halliburton, or Fox?
Or Harrison Barnes. I think you could get something of consequence for Harrison Barnes. But what is consequence? Is consequence like that's my thing is.
But that's Wiseman's a gamble though. Like, I know you're talking about something in return. That's a major roll of the dice.
Wiseman has an opportunity to be a top 2 player on your team. It's a gamble, but he has an opportunity to.
But also, if Wiseman is a top 2 player on your team, how good are you?
I think really good. I think when he can stay healthy, I think he's a good ball player.
But the point that you're bringing up, KC, is the point you're bringing up, KC, is you're making a trade. You're trading a asset that you have now for a young player that could turn into something and fit with this group going forward, which is where, going back to the start of our conversation, if the Kings pivot to that kind of mindset, then I'm open to them trading Harrison. I'm open to them trading Rashawn. If the Kings are still in this, we're trying to make the playoffs, but you trade guys like that, you're not going to get anything of substance really that is going to improve you. The only way that you're improving yourself drastically enough to make the playoffs this year is to trade one of Fox or Halliburton, and even that might not do enough. That's why I think the Kings really need to strongly consider a pivot towards focusing on the future and focusing on this year's draft and really going from there and trying to surround Fox and Halliburton like Shams reported you want to do, rather than stick on this pipe dream. But we also don't know if Monty McNair would survive that pivot.
Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. James Ham's going to join us. We'll dive back into the 49ers as well. A lot more ahead. Maddie McQueen there on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore on ESPN 1320. Clear. You got anything mixed in there, or are you just going straight McQueen?
Nope, London lemonade. So we got some lemonade in there.
Okay.
George, man.
The lemonade was light compared to the McQueen, but
there you go. Nothing wrong with that.
Anything to talk Kings.
I just poured in a glass, and that's what I was drinking it with you the other night. It's like, yeah, I need a little pour here before I talk to Matt.
Need the pick me up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As soon as you guys get off the air, podcast drops at 4, and then shameless plug off the air. Sam Amick will be joining me on Wednesday, and you best believe we're going to be talking about all these reports.
Wow.
And I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask him about McNair potentially being on the hot seat. So we'll see what I can get out of him.
When's that one coming out? Because we're banned from talking to Sam.
It'll be out late Wednesday. I know the Kings play that night, but who gives a shit?
Yeah, who cares? It's all good. Yeah,
we're off the air. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, no.
All right.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, good stuff.
Appreciate you guys. You're the best.
Likewise, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
Bye.
Matty Ice. Let's see. We got James coming up. James just a few minutes away. We'll leave the setup the way it is. House show always gets thrown off because we have guests. Probably get one in tomorrow. We could probably get 2 or 3 of them in this week. We'll plan for one tomorrow, though, for sure, Tim. We'll plan for one tomorrow. I have no idea who's going to win the Royal Rumble. I still can't believe it's Saturday. It's just so weak to me. I have seen Hook. He's super over. I'm digging it. Like it's cool. It's cool. I mean, he looks phenomenal in the ring. I think they're doing a great job they're putting him in great situations. But yeah, I'm into it. I'm digging it. He looks great. Yeah, he definitely looks great. Yeah, that's 100% it, man. Presentation is on point. Oh man, Warren, I hope you're right, bro. I don't know. Man, but I hope you're right. Let's see. Did you see the fake Rumble list on the internet? I didn't see that. No, I did not see that. That's funny. A Royal Rumble list. Did you see that's I was just about to ask you if you saw Cody's promo from it was Dynamite. It was Wednesday, right? The night Mox came back. Was that Wednesday? Was it that long ago? Anyways, the night Mox came back and Cody cut a great promo kind of alluding to that right there. No. I don't even think I heard about it. I'll have to I'll check Hulu. When was this on? Manny? I didn't see it. Bruh. Wouldn't surprise me. Yes, indeed. Absolutely was. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're gonna mess him up. I just saw that too, Tim. I saw that pop up here as we were talking a few minutes ago. That will piss off so many people. Yeah, saw that. Saw that. Yeah.
They got that boy good.
Yeah. You could stay there if you want to, since Ham's coming on. I didn't okay. I didn't see what I saw. Like, I don't know, what did Bully Ray do? Like, I saw like I caught like a tweet about it and was like, I missed something here. Coming back. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR 1866. Go City 6. The San Francisco 49ers playing in the NFC Championship game this weekend against the Los Angeles Rams, a familiar matchup. I know the talk on yesterday, it wasn't about round 3. It wasn't about the 49ers and the Rams. No, it was about Ticketmaster, and it was about SoFi Stadium, and it was about the red and gold lockout that was attempting to take place. Now, just trying to follow some of the stuff that has happened since we've been on the air. I guess Ticketmaster has kind of pulled some of those restrictions back. Now, you know, you could buy tickets if you want to, no matter what your billing zip code is. There are ways around the billing zip code by using PayPal instead of a credit card. So there are all sorts of different ways. Of course, this is all assuming that you have the income to buy a ticket to get to the NFC Championship.
Well, have you seen the get-in prices right now for?
I have not.
Championship game. So this was a couple hours ago. So maybe
it's Kenny Caraway money right here, I'm sure.
No, this is not Kenny Caraway money.
Okay.
The get-in prices for the Chiefs Bengals in Kansas City, $339 will get you in the door, probably standing room or something like that. Get in for Rams Niners, $706 to get in the building.
$706 just to get in the building.
Just to get in the building. That's not, I don't know where that seat is. It might be standing room, all that other stuff. But if you want to be there, $700.
Yeah, ain't for me. Now, is that Ticketmaster or is that resale?
I think it's, well, I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Oh,
they,
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't say. It looks like it's it looks like it might be Ticketmaster, but I'm not sure. This came from a Twitter handle called Tick Pick.
Okay.
So,
Kenny's
yeah.
doing his research through Twitter again. Gosh damn it. All right.
No,
I got you, buddy. I got you. We'll get you in the game. End zone seats right now, $1,293.
Yeah, that's seats.
We can get you into section. Oh my. Okay. We can get you into the top of SoFi Stadium. Section 522.
Oh my.
Row 21 for $564.
Oh.
There are no. Let me make sure I'm not talking out my neck here. There are no. So there's no tickets available. The only tickets that are available are through resellers, whether it's a reseller on Ticketmaster or StubHub. There's no just like available seat there. And as I'm looking, it certainly appears that Rams fans have purchased up these tickets and put them out there for 49er fans to buy. Because the way they show it on Ticket, and this, I'm just looking at Ticketmaster. The way they show it on Ticketmaster is like a live stadium seat. It's blue. A resale ticket it's red. It's all red, and there's a lot of red. So it's apropos. So if 49er fans want to be there,
yeah, that's what it's going to look like. Now, there is a young lady on Twitter named Leanna who said she's selling 4 49ers versus Rams tickets for next Sunday in section C130 behind the Rams sideline. We're looking for $350 each. If anybody missed the pre-sale or is looking for an extra, please send me a tweet or a DM, hashtag Rams House, hashtag Rams. And I let her know I'm a Rams fan. Sell them to me.
That's solid. Are you wearing a 49er? Oh no, you are wearing a 49ers hat in your that was well thought out on your part. Definitely a well thought out plan there from my partner.
Somebody make me a who Dr. David usually does it. Edit my profile to put a Rams hat on. So I can sneak in there and have these Rams fans sell the tickets to me.
I'm just now I made the mistake of opening Twitter. James Ham's going to join us here in a minute. John Bull, one of our loyalists, most faithful, is blocked by Jimmy Garoppolo on Twitter. John, what did you do? What did you do to Jimmy Garoppolo?
The crazy thing about that is Jimmy actually seems pretty nice. He doesn't seem like a hothead. Like, you may think Jimmy stinks as a football player, but he doesn't seem like Aaron Rodgers or anything like that. Like, why would you be talking crazy to Jimmy Garoppolo, John?
John's just a smart ass. I think that's all it boils down to. And maybe he caught Jimmy Garoppolo on the wrong day. And
damn,
that's how
Jimmy
it went
don't
down.
deserve that, man. He don't deserve that. Although
Jimmy's headed to another NFC Championship. So
he absolutely is. But in John's defense, I will defend John in this respect. He might not have ever said anything to Jimmy Garoppolo. I know far too close to home about not even saying anything and being blocked by somebody. So who knows? He might not even said that to Jimmy.
Maybe he didn't. Jimmy Garoppolo just gave you the Bobby Gerald treatment. That's all it was, and just gave you the old block. Old block. That's all right. Well, good, nice job, Don. Sean says I didn't even know he had Twitter. Well, there you have it. There you have it.
Jimmy could join Twitter. They have like people you might want to follow or whatever. John came up. He's like, you know what? I don't even like this guy. Let me block him now.
Yeah, right. And Jimmy feels far more like an Instagram guy. Like Jimmy Garoppolo is built for Instagram, not Twitter.
And speaking, he was looking smooth on Saturday night. That combo he had like some cranberry pants on with the black button up with the black jacket that was like a suit. I mean, Jimmy was looking smooth.
Yeah, he's a 10.
Smooth.
He knows how to, like, him and Trent. Like, they know how to.
Trent swagging.
Yeah, they know how to work.
Trent just swaggy. He got the way you want it. If you want to have the chains out, he got the chains for you.
Trent got a medallion the size of Jimmy Garoppolo. It's like a gold encrusted Jimmy Garoppolo that he just wears on his neck. It's amazing.
While we have a couple minutes, do you want to talk about this ridiculous hysteria of the overtime rule?
Sure.
It's ridiculous hysteria.
Look, like, you had two teams. I don't know. I don't know what it. I guess it was the thing to be angry about in the moment. This overtime rule has been in place for years. It has sucked for years, but all of a sudden, people were up in arms following the Bills Chiefs Classic we got last night.
It really is ridiculous at this point. I don't know. People do whatever you want. I just don't know why people are so up in arms about it. The Bills defense had 2 chances to win that game and couldn't get it done.
Well, someone said, I think it was Danny in San Francisco, we were cheated. we were cheated out of a classic. Well, we got a classic. It was a great game. Like, the game came down to a coin flip. Well, that's their problem. Like, if the defense just decided they were going to go, the two defense went full Sacramento Kings on everybody yesterday. Hey, it's part of the game.
My other question to that is, what do you guys want to do this better? You want to just you can't just keep giving people chances, man.
Well, if you want to make a difference, but complain about the rule in the preseason in week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't wait until a big high profile moment happens again. Then get mad about it. Then let it die down and wait for it to happen again, because this happened to Patrick Mahomes against the New England Patriots. The same thing.
Even our girl,
he's been on the other end of it. He knows how it feels.
Shoot our head off when we disagreed with her last night.
If Sarah could have thrown something at us last night, yeah, she could. She would have.
He was hot. She said, "What the hell do you mean, Damian and Kenny?"
Well, it's not that I like the rule, or it's not that I think the system is perfect. It's just we're picking the wrong time to complain about it. This rule's been in place forever. We've seen it work against Patrick Mahomes before. We've seen it work against plenty of players before. This rule has been trashed since it was implemented, but it's the rule, like, it's there. The defense knows if they score a touchdown, it's over, and they couldn't do anything about it.
So I know where your stance is, like, with people up in arms about it right now, but you said something just now. So you think the rule is trash? The overtime setup is trash.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of I don't really understand if you kick the field goal, you get the ball, like, you have a chance. But if you score a touchdown, you don't have a chance. Well, why?
Well, because
what's the difference? Like,
giving up touchdown. If you give up a touchdown, I'm okay with saying you don't deserve an opportunity to match that.
So why do you deserve one if you give up a field goal? It's a point. It's called a sudden death.
No, if you get the ball where the Chiefs get the ball on the 25-yard line or whatever, and they went 40 yards for a field goal, that's a little cheap. Like, in overtime, all we had to do was get 2 first downs, kick this deep field goal, and we won. That's a little cheap. But if you let them go down into the end zone, yeah, the game should be over.
Okay.
Do you like college overtime? I like it too. I don't think it would work in the NFL though.
It's whatever. I don't really care for it. Some people seem to love it. I don't love college overtime.
I like it a lot. I don't know if I love it. I like it a lot. But the funny thing about it is, we talk about, like, these kickers are just too good. Like you can't do the college formula in the NFL, and they're 100% right.
Well, you're the one trying to put kickers. You're the one trying to put extra points back on the 2.
Well, they definitely need to be back on the 2.
Kenny was offended that extra points are too hard now.
Yeah, no need for them to be on the 30. Like this is ridiculous. But ironically enough,
James is here by the way. Hi, James.
Got you in a second, James. Ironically enough, old boy from the Rams missed a 47-yarder short. When was the last time you saw that in the NFL?
It doesn't happen very often.
Just missed it short.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge as we welcome in 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beats at thekingsbeat.com, our man James Ham. James, it's what the world has been waiting to know. How do you feel about the overtime rules in the NFL?
Man, I think they're just fine. I do. Like, to be honest with you, if you give up a touchdown, you deserve to lose.
Okay.
And that's what we saw. That's just my opinion. And as far as extra points go, have you guys ever kicked an extra point? Have you ever lined up and actually had someone hold the ball and kick one?
I tried when I was like 13.
Yeah, it's basically like dropping your foot. That's about it. You don't, I mean, an extra point is so short. To kick a football up in the air and go, what is it, like 20? What is it?
You're talking about the
yards?
old 2 yard?
Yeah, the old 2 yards, like what, 19 yards? So even still, what is it now, 35? Yeah. Like it's not that hard. It's not that hard to kick a field, especially for someone who does it professionally.
Extra points have gotten way more entertaining since they've moved them back.
Yeah, because I mean, you're putting human error in. You know,
and that's fine.
No,
yeah, I agree.
We don't need to do all that for one. Make it worth 3 then. Make the extra point 1-3. There's no need to do that for 1 point. 1 point, just get it over.
This is one of your strangest fights. I got it. When you said the other day, move the extra point back to the 50. It was like, wait, what?
That's a waste.
Or move it back to the 2. Like, wait, what? Why?
We don't need all that for 1 more point. We really don't. Actually, they probably should go for 2 more often if they're going to do that. To be honest,
I think that's the point.
And they never do it. So they're not going to do it. So
because the sheet doesn't tell them to do it, Kenny. The sheet's got to tell them.
They tried to get more 2-point conversions. We've seen after 10 years, however long this has been, it doesn't work. Just put it back to the regular 2-yard line. Just do it that way. But we were joking there. James Hand was here for one reason and one reason only. The real reason. The one thing everybody wants to know. Do you enjoy Swamp People?
Swamp People?
The show?
Nope. I've never seen Swamp People.
You know, to be honest with you,
James.
The chat, I want to know what you guys think about this on YouTube and Twitch. I feel like James Ham will be like one of the people on Swamp People. Essentially, they go alligator hunting, and like sometimes they got 2 people. One person got the alligator tied up, and then the other person has to, give him one shotgun to the head to kill him. I feel like that's something
James would build a house for the alligators and just lure them all into the house.
Yeah, I'm
like a 2,500 square foot house for the alligators.
I'm not a gun person at all. So like I don't hunt. I don't, and actually I live on a lake and I have water in my backyard. I hate to fish. I can't stand it. It's just too slow. I can't sit there. My dad and my brother are both fishermen. My youngest son likes to fish a little bit here and there, but I can't handle it.
This is all just Kenny's attempt to not talk about the Sacramento Kings.
Try not to.
That's what this all is.
We can talk 49ers. We can talk one of the greatest.
That's why he brought up Swamp People. He was like, let's not talk about the Kings. Well, you called the 49ers on Friday. That shouldn't be forgotten. You were like, I think I got the 49ers going into this one.
Yeah.
Coming out of the weekend against the Packers. Obviously, the game didn't go. At least I don't think the game went the way that we thought it would in terms of how we got to the final result. But it was, I mean, it's pretty amazing, James, that the 49ers are back in the NFC Championship again after the year they had last year, drafting a quarterback 3rd overall and everything that happened, the first, 8 weeks of the season when I think they were 3-5. And here they are, second to last game of the year.
Yeah. If you looked at this weekend of football, just overall, it had something for everyone, right? Like, so that snow game felt like a really, really high level pitching duel. It was just crazy watching two teams go at it in the snow, and the fight was nuts. Watching, bad special teams play change everything. But overall, I mean, if you're a football fan, even if you're not a football fan, if you just get dragged up like a party to watch a crazy weekend of football, that was so incredibly enjoyable. Every single game was crazy and fun. And, it was good to see Aaron Rodgers lose. It was good to see the Niners win. That duel between Mahomes and Allen was just crazy. Even, Joe Burrow's like, this is going to be fun. This is what you like, put it all together at the end, and watching Tom Brady come back from 2 touchdowns in like the last 3 minutes. That was crazy. All of it. I'm slightly confused how Cooper Kupp gets left wide open again and again.
I couldn't talk about that.
Yeah, and I'm slightly confused how the Chiefs just, like, whatever you want to do. Was it Davis that had 200 yards and like 4 touchdowns? Like just crazy watching some of these highlight reels. But I think it had something for everyone, and I think that last game was like an epic. It was like the 4th of July. It was like that was a grand finale of grand finales of literally the greatest weekend of football in the history of football.
It's funny you compared Niners Packers to like a pitcher's duel, because I loved Allen versus Mahomes as much as anybody. That was phenomenal stuff. But I'm not a big, like, I don't like all of one thing, right? So I don't want to see a 6-3 defensive struggle, and I don't want to see 39-36 where the defenses have no chances, right? Like I need a happy medium. And it's almost like I watch boxing, right? And when these guys are like slugging it out in the middle of the ring, and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. And then at about the 4th or 5th round, you realize neither one of them have knockout power. So they're just going to be doing this for 12 rounds. Like, this isn't really fun anymore. Like, nobody's really in danger or nothing like that. That's almost how I felt about the end of that Bills-Chiefs game. And that's probably plays into like my overtime thing, because as fun as that was, if you would have gave both an opportunity in overtime, nobody was stopping anybody. That's not fun. So I like the way it ended. I like that Niners-Packers matchup, 13-10. Even the Rams-Buccaneers game, that had some intrigue. I like a little bit of both, not just all offense or all defense.
If we would have had one last like smart play in the Tampa Bay game, Tampa Bay would have won. If Fournette would have stopped at the 2-yard line and sat down and let the clock burn and then let Brady score from the 2, then that game would have been different. And so look,
that's
I think
a tough call to make, though.
That's a
tough call to make.
It's happened before, though. I mean, we've seen that happen before. So I love it. Like, if you're gonna, I don't need like the crazy high scoring game. I don't need this slug out. I just want to watch good football, and that's what I think we watch. What did they say at the end of the game? There were like 4 total penalties called in that Chiefs Bills game. I mean, that's just crazy. That's just absolutely wild. And even, like the Niners game, they had so many mistakes early in the game, and they couldn't figure out how to get Debo involved. Kittle's had that drop over the middle that would have led probably to a touchdown. I mean, It was like this huge moment, and we were sitting there watching it. The clock's winding down. I'm like, you got to go back to Kittle's down the seam, and then boom, they hit it. That game was just absolutely spectacular. And I think, like, again, the weekend had something for everyone. It wasn't just like too much of one thing, and to have it finish off like that, like, I'm all for that crazy back and forth. And look, at some point, the Chiefs did come up with a couple of stops, and that's how they got, they rallied there at the end. And so, like, maybe it would have gone a different way. I don't know. I mean, at some point, you do have to defend the guy running right down the middle of the field, right?
There are some numbers, because you mentioned the penalties, and I wanted to look into that. 4 penalties, 0 turnovers in the entire game. But there are some really stunning numbers from that game, like 53 combined first downs.
Damn.
That's an amazing number just for context purposes. So what do we say there? 53 in that game. The Packers and the 49ers had a combined 26.
Oh, I was gonna say 23.
My bad. They had 26.
How many punts in the Bills Chiefs game?
6.
3 or 4? No.
6?
6 total. Packers 49ers 11.
Well, the interesting thing about that game is it was like 7-7 for most of the first half. Like the scoring didn't really start to pick up until the fourth quarter.
This just keeps getting better. There were 475 total offensive yards between the two teams with the Packers and the 49ers. The Chiefs had 552.
Oof. Oof. You know, and the crazy thing is that if, man, he didn't even do it in this game. If the Chiefs really want to just like dominate everything and just like end this thing right now, go watch how the 49ers use Debo and figure out how to get Tyreek Hill like those extra 5 touches. You get him those extra 5 touches, that's the greatest scoring offense in the history of the NFL.
Tyreek Hill waved goodbye to somebody who was in front of him.
Peace.
The dude was in front of him, and Tyreek was like, girl, bye.
Peace sign.
That's crazy. Dude, man, his speed is just
it's his burst, but it's also his ability to hit somebody to be like in contact with someone, but still have his leverage, and he can go back, he can go forward, and you just can't wrap him up. It's almost like he's covered in Crisco, and you just can't wrap him up, and he's so strong. And so he always has those plays where he takes a couple of steps back and then boom, he's around everyone. You're like, how in the world did he just do that? And to me, he's so much fun to watch. That whole team is fun to watch.
He's so small too. Like,
yeah,
you gotta be like 5. I don't want to exaggerate, but like 5'6", 5'7". So you can't, like, these big guys. They can't get a clean shot on him a lot of time because they got to bend down. They got to get down to his level to get a clean shot. And he's right in his comfort zone. He'll go right by you, right around you. Lowest man wins.
Tyreek Hill, like every opponent of the Sacramento Kings, can't be defended. We'll step out. We'll come back. We will shift attention. More swamp people and some Kings talk. Whatever James feels like. Coming up next here with 1320 Kings insider James Ham on Sacramento's #1 sports station. This 49er Monday continues, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore on ESPN 1320. Is it one of each, or is that it? Damn it. Okay. 2 more. Shoot. All right.
Hey, we have seen someone down the ball at the 2-yard line or at the 1-yard line. I remember LaDainian and Tomlinson doing it.
But were they down?
They were winning.
Oh,
but I don't think they were.
Burn the clock. It was to burn. Yeah, we even.
But I think it was to burn the clock while they were up.
Yeah. The other team had no timeouts, and instead of scoring a touchdown and giving them the ball back, they just got down and milked the clock.
Yeah, you give Tom Brady 4 opportunities from the 1-yard line, he's scoring every time.
I got you. It's just that's a tough. I mean, I got you. That's just a tough call to make.
You know what I thought about yesterday? This is going to stay in my head forever, and I think I'm going to transfer it to your guys' head as well. Once again, my friend who says that sports are fixed and everything is a work. Why did Sean McVay call it timeout?
Oh, I don't remember.
If they thought the Bucks got the first down, the refs said no, he was short. Fourth down. The Bucks didn't even know. Like, they didn't get a measurement. They didn't get. The only way to get like the video replay was for somebody to stop the clock, and Sean McVay stopped the clock.
It seemed like
maybe he
was it that game, or was it the Bills game where they kept stopping the clock to see the formation? They kept calling timeouts to see that the Bills were on the defensive side, kept calling timeouts so they were messing with the
Bills
Chiefs.
did that at the end.
So the Chiefs would have to go in and do
but
something different.
The Tom Brady throws the ball 3rd and 10. He throws it, guy's 9.5 yards. He gets down.
Yeah, tight end.
The Bucks actually think they got the first down. So they got no timeouts. They're hurrying to the line. Then they're about to run a play. The referee goes to Tom Brady. He's like, no, it's 4th down. You didn't get it. It's 4th down. It's 4th down. They don't have a timeout to review it, to challenge it, nothing. Then the Rams are out there ready to stop him on 4th and inches from like the 5. And timeout. Sean McVay calls a timeout. What? It's either incompetence or it's all a work.
Yeah. I think sometimes you want to set your defense, especially there at 4.5 yard or 4th and yard. You want defensive linemen. You want to stack the box, as opposed to if it's 1st and 10 at the like the 9-yard line?
I'll ask you this: what would the Bucks have wanted Sean McVay to do there? Not call a timeout or call a timeout?
Oh no, it played right into what the Bucks, were doing. But at the same time, did we know all of that was happening at the same exact moment? So
that's happening. Yeah, that's a lot. That's happening pretty quick.
So did McVay know that it was 4th down? Did he not?
He probably just thought he was setting up his defense. Like he probably, no, I'm sure he knew it was 4th down, but he probably thought, I just got to get my defense out there. He might not have known it would have been a close call to review.
Yeah.
He must not have been watching the game.
I don't know, man. I'm not gonna call the dude incompetent because he called a timeout. Right?
No, I don't think he's incompetent. I think that decision to call the timeout was incompetent.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this: every time he plays the 49ers, I just sit there and shake my head, like, "What are you doing? Like, you're up. What was he up 17-0?
Yeah.
And then you just let him off the hook. You just stop playing. It was like John Gruden all over again. Just going to the prevent offense."
I love trashing Gruden. That's my favorite thing. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1866. Go City 6 this is our 1320 Kings Insider. James Ham with us. We continue to talk football there through the commercial break. But James, we will shift our attention now from football back to the NBA. Let's start with, if we can, De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox, late scratch from the Saturday afternoon game against the Milwaukee Bucks. Any update on him?
I checked in earlier and they had no update yet. But even that day, I was told it was nothing serious. He warmed up and felt something funny in his ankle and couldn't go. So yeah, as of right now, I think that we're in a wait and see moment, but certainly is it's something to keep an eye on because it was weird, right? It was a weird situation. And no Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Kings could have used De'Aaron Fox. Who knows what would have happened if he would have played. Certainly, I think it would have meant less minutes for Buddy Hield, who pulled another buddy. But overall, I don't like seeing a player miss a game like that out of nowhere with an injury that we'd never heard of. And so, you hope that it's nothing that's going to keep him out of multiple games, but that's not what anyone seemed to think with the Kings.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming at all. I mean, kind of came out of nowhere, expecting to see Fox, and then I saw your update that he was out. Do we know? I know we're still trying to figure out more about that, but is it one particular ankle that always gives him problem, or has he rolled both of them before? I'm thinking back to the one that he rolled really bad a couple years ago. And does that one continue to give him problems, or is it just random ankle pain, anything like that?
It's a good question. I think it was a right ankle. That's what I think it was this time around. And I believe it was his right ankle when he had the grade 3 sprain. But look, you guys played sports. Kenny, you played a lot of basketball. Once you roll one really good, that you always loosen things up and you're more likely to roll that same ankle, even if you do all of the work to get it tight. So I don't think it's anything huge. It was really weird. I don't know if you guys saw any of the post game. It was like me asking all the questions because it was on my list of questions, and I think I did hit Alvin Gentry about it. But at the same time, it was just me asking questions. It was the strangest media session of all time. I think one guy, which I'm not even sure where he was from, he came on twice and asked Harrison about Harrison Barnes getting his 10,000th point. But that was the only other question that was asked on the Zoom call. So, like, it is what it is. I mean, the Niners were playing. Everything was crazy.
Everyone else was watching something that night.
There were people on the call, but they didn't ask any questions. Maybe they were in a noisy house watching football. I think we were all distracted. We all wanted to get to it. But again, I think I wrote it on Sunday. The 49ers have provided like the perfect cover for the Kings as they literally shrivel up and die on the vine. I mean, that's what we're watching here. They've provided the cover that the Kings needed.
Well, it actually is quite beautiful because Kenny came on today, and in our first mention of the Kings, he threw his hand up and said, "Man, the season's over." And you posed the question in your Sunday musings: has the window closed for the Kings to save the season? And I'll ask you to answer the question that you titled your column.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has. By the end of this road trip, right now they're 12 games under 500, which is the worst that it's been all year. That's the lowest point that they've been at, and this team is trending downwards in a really, really bad fashion. The two losses to Houston and Detroit, that probably, I mean, if you weren't already pivoting the season, that was the moment where I think the season did take a pivot, because there's a huge difference. If you take those two wins and you put them on the other side, you're not just 10 games, you're now 8 games under 500. You're now, instead of being 18 and 30, you're 20 and 28. And that's not good. But there's a huge difference in that 4-game swing there, and making those up is nearly impossible. Look at the road trip they're on. You're going to get, Atlanta, who is struggling, but can still thump this team. You're going to get Boston, who's struggling, who can still hammer this team. I mean, you're going up against a bunch of good teams, and there's a good chance that you could string together you could hit 7 games, maybe 6 games. Maybe they snap and they win 1 or they win 2, but you're still looking at a stretch where you're 2-7 or something, because the 2 home games, when you get back, it's a back-to-back and it's brutal. So at some point you have to look at your roster and at who you are as a team, and you need to start thinking about what's best for the franchise. And that's probably the most difficult thing that's happening right now, because what's best for the franchise and what's best for someone's job probably aren't the same thing at this point. And, that's a hard reality to face. But that's where, an ownership group usually has tough conversations about what's about to happen here. And so what that means, though, is, are you a buyer or are you a seller? We've talked about you can be both, right? But at this point, you need to be a seller. It almost assuredly, if you're not going to get Ben Simmons and you're not going to be able to swing and hit this home run, then you got to start dumping. You got to figure out a place for Buddy Hield. You got to figure out a place for Harrison Barnes. Go cash in, get a couple of first-round picks, get a couple of young players that might fit what's going on down the road. But for right now, that's who you are. You showed us who you are. There's no going back now. There's you just lost to the Bucks and it was a close game. Where was that fire and that intensity when you're playing the Houston Rockets and the Detroit Pistons? If you had that same fire, that same passion, then you're not riding a 3-game losing streak, and you're actually in a position to still compete for the 10th seed. And we've made this magical 10th seed thing more than it is. And the Kings, basically what they would do is they would get a 1-game play-in and if they didn't get hammered in that first one, they get another 1-game play-in and probably get hammered in that second. One of the two, they're going to get lit up, because that's who they are. They show up half the time. and that might even be generous. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow, but for my money, I start looking at the future right now. And, Harrison Barnes is only under contract for one more year. This is the time to trade him when you actually can get value for him. Rashawn Holmes under contract for another 3 years after this year. I would consider keeping him because he's such a budget contract. But at the same time, like, everything should be on the table. If you're going to build around Fox and Halliburton, build around Fox and Halliburton right now. Young players, draft picks, and do what you can. And then if you need to, reload in the off season with some of those assets that you collect right now, because right now it's not going the way that you thought it would. And I'll also point out last season, which was an absolutely miserable roster. It was a roster that I think had 6 players. They were 22 and 26 at the same time. This is inexcusable. This is a dereliction of duty by the players. And a lot of them need to go at this point because you can't be this bad. And people say, oh, well, what did you think? I'm like, I didn't think they would be this bad. They shouldn't be worse than last year's roster. And the Western Conference is worse this year. Like, where are you? Why aren't you showing up? You got a job to do, and it's to play basketball. And half the time you're shirking your responsibilities. So the players, they got Luke Walton fired, and they did nothing but talk about how they wanted to keep Luke around. They still got him fired. And then Alvin Gentry sitting here looking at the same exact thing. Like, they haven't responded at all. They've just been one of the biggest letdowns. And it's why I consider this probably the most disappointing team that I've ever covered in Sacramento, just because the talent isn't to be a 4 seed, but the talent isn't to be 12 games under 500, 48 games into the season. You're just not that bad. So at some point you gotta do something here.
If you become a seller, what does that look like in your opinion? Like, where does the buck stop? And I know, I think it stops with Rashawn, outside of, a deal that maybe you just can't pass up. Like, I don't know, James Wiseman or something like that. But I think it stops with Rashawn. I think all bets are off for everybody else. I think you sell with Harrison, you sell with Buddy, you sell with Marvin. You even may sell with a guy like Mo Harkless. Like, I in your opinion, where does the buck stop? Like, when you talk about selling, where does it say, all right, it stops here with Rashawn, Tyrese, Fox? Does that sound good?
No, I think it stops at Tyrese and Fox. And even at this point, like, look, if something blows you away, then do it. Like, if something blows you away that makes you better moving forward next year, the year after that, then pull the trigger, because this thing is spun out, and at least you'd be losing for a reason. At least you would be losing to get a better draft pick, which at this point, like, I don't think that I would offer up my draft pick if I were the Kings at this point. The chance of them being like worse down the stretch is high. I mean, that's where we've gone. And, is Rashawn Holmes replaceable? Maybe not. But, can you get some of that budget out of like a guy like Damian Jones? Neemias Queta should play minutes down the stretch if this is who you are. And so far, this is who they've proven they are. And every time we think that they may have turned a corner, they go 180 and go right back around where they were before. So yeah, I don't think that there is, a moment where you look at this team and say, what's off limits outside of maybe Halliburton, maybe Fox. Because if I'm talking just speculative, like, let's say the Chicago Bulls, who have struggled a little bit here, but they put a roster together to win. What if they take 2 injured young guys in Derek Jones and Patrick Williams and offered them for Harrison Barnes? The answer is yes.
Man,
like,
heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, you take a step back right now with the hopes that Patrick Williams will be better next year. Derek Jones is a unrestricted free agent. You're probably going to lose him. Maybe not. Maybe he enjoys his time in Sacramento. But again, like, start looking at deals where you're bringing in younger players that fit your player arc, if Fox and Halliburton are, and then reset your veterans down the road, because we learned already that it's very clear the core of this team is not good enough.
Why is this team so disappointing to you?
It's so disappointing because I always look at the previous season and I think, how can you build off what you had last year? And what was wrong with last year's roster, and what did you do to improve this year's roster? We all know that last season they were one of the worst defensive teams we've ever seen. I thought they made savvy moves at the deadline to go get Mo Harkless and Terrence Davis. Both of those players should improve your defense. You went out and you signed Alex Len. That should help your defense. You drafted Davion Mitchell. That should help your defense. I looked at this team versus last year's team, and I thought, okay, it's basically the same team that in a prorated version won 35 games, because we only had 72. They won 31, whatever. It prorated to 70 to 35 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're a 35 win team with no depth at all, I mean, that team literally limped into the season, not into the trade deadline, not to the end of the season. They didn't have enough depth from day one. And that was because they literally sat out the entire free agency window. And then at the 4 days in or 6 days in, signed Glenn Robinson III and Hassan Whiteside, who didn't fit at all. And then you walk into this year with the same core that basically was able to hold it together and win 35 games, the equivalent of. But then you added a bunch of depth that should have equated to, at a minimum, the same, but it shouldn't have even been that. You should have been a game or two or three than you were last year at this time, which means you should have been at 500 or slightly above. So, yeah, I mean, that's why it's disappointing, because talent-wise, this team does have talent. And if you look around the league, there are teams that would like some of the pieces that the Kings do have right now, which shows you that, again, the talent is there. Teams will take Rashawn Holmes. They would take De'Aaron Fox. They would take Halliburton. They would take Barnes. They will take Buddy Hield. Marvin Bagley might even be able to find a home at this point. You've got enough talent on the team that could play for other teams, and you haven't figured out how to put it together, and you haven't showed the heart and the intestinal fortitude, the cojones to show up every night and play basketball hard and earn your paychecks.
In your opinion, what does this say about De'Aaron Fox? And I know we like De'Aaron, but, you know, being fair, this all kind of happened on his watch as well. Was this something that you kind of look at as a learning experience for him, where, you know, maybe he had never gone through something like this and went through it on this level, on this NBA level, and he can learn from that and he will learn from that? Or is it something that might be concerning from you, that all this kind of happened on his watch, being the best player on the team and everything?
Yeah, I think it's concerning. I mean, in all honesty, he just hasn't played as well as he did last season. He came out of the gates without the same speed and quickness and passion that we've seen in the past. At some point, you know, I'm not all on board with the De'Aaron Fox has to be the leader of this team and all that stuff, but I'll say this: he just wasn't good enough. He wasn't good enough for the first 20-something games of the season, and now he is getting back to where he was, sort of. But at the same time, his assist numbers have dropped off the board. You can put some of that on the fact that Halliburton is taking more of the load as far as distributor. But this team needs multiple distributors. They don't need De'Aaron Fox to just stop distributing and drop down to like 5 assists a game, because Tyrese Halliburton's picking up some of the slack. I mean, this team is broken at this point, and you know, I think that, like, on the gravestone of this season, the biggest thing that I look at is that guys that the opposition wants shooting are the ones who are getting all the shots. They're the ones. You are literally allowing the opposition to dictate the pace of the game, who gets shots almost every single night. And then on the defensive end, they dictate whatever the heck they want. And it's, you know, again, we've talked about this. This team is soft. And at some point, you just have to break it up. Whether I think that the Kings could build around Fox still, sure. But am I all in like I was like maybe a week or two ago and saying like I wouldn't trade him at all. I don't know. Like if the offer's there that makes sense to reboot this thing in like a big giant red button that says reboot, you know, I don't think you have to take a huge step back in talent. I think you can actually find a deal that you trade talent for talent when it comes to Fox. But you got to do something because this thing just, it's broke and it's not fun for anyone to watch or to be around at this point.
Tyrese played another game on Saturday where he played really well in the absence of De'Aaron Fox. Is this about a coach? Because you've spent a lot of time talking about, you know, the sum of the parts, and there's talented guys on this roster, and you know that has been echoed all year. Like, why is this team 12 games under 500? The guys here are talented. Well, if we isolate it a little bit further, De'Aaron and Tyrese are obviously very talented, but there's got to be a concern that they don't play well together. And I know we can pick apart the rest of the roster and all of these different things, but it seems that there's a heightened concern over De'Aaron Fox. And now we're seeing Tyrese Halliburton. He seems to just continuously elevate his game when De'Aaron's not around.
Well, but I think a lot of that's on Ty as well. Like
absolutely.
I mean, at some point, you can read a box score. He has access to Basketball Reference like the rest of us. He can see the games that they play well and the games that they don't. You know, I thought one of the most telling things was Halliburton's out and we got Fox going for 29 and Terrence Davis going for 35 right alongside him. Mm-hmm. You know, and we can go back to Terrence Davis all day long as a guy who just doesn't care and he's going to shoot. He's not going to hesitate. But you know, I even watched the same game that you did. He's in front of it 500 people from Oshkosh against the Bucks. Shoot the ball, man. Get your shots. Like he ended up with 20 something points, right? But I think he had 12 shots. You know, that's not.
Tyrese had 14. Yeah, he was 8 of 14.
Okay, yep. So if Fox is out though, if Fox isn't there, I need another 6 shots from you, man. Like you need to step up into that role fully, not just as a distributor. And you know, I think he actually could have had quite a few more assists, but his teammates missed. You know, he's a better shooter than anyone else on that team, and he needs to know that, and he needs to act accordingly. And so again, it's not just on Fox to figure out how to play with Halliburton or Halliburton has to figure it out as well. You know, he's got to find spots that make De'Aaron Fox better, because I know he makes Rashawn Holmes better. Like that was magical watching Holmes and Halliburton, like it looked like last season. All of a sudden we lob after lob after lob. And, you know, Holmes just looked like himself again. All of that was on the, you know, just the wizardry that is Halliburton as a passer. But he still needs to figure out ways to get the guy in the corner involved, the guy in the elbow involved. He needs to get some of the other guys involved on those pick and rolls. And so I think he's a work in progress like everyone else is, but the future is so bright for him that I'm not concerned. I'm just concerned on whether he can figure out how to play with Fox specifically.
And see, with those things,
concerned that this organization is going to break him. Sorry, go ahead, Casey.
No, I was just going to say with those things like that, though, James, maybe I'm too quick on the draw with it, but I see something with these guys sometimes, and Tyrese, he's not ever going to be different than what he is. Like this is who he is. And you're going to live with Tyrese. And if you like need him to be your second scorer or playmaker or whatever, you're going to live with him being like, yo, be more aggressive. Like that's in his DNA. That's who he's going to be. And I understand giving guys an opportunity to kind of grow and understand their games, but there are fundamental things about their games that don't change, right? He's a very smart guy. He's not going to all of a sudden take the bad shots he needs to take to average 17, 18 points a game. Like he's just not going to do it. That's not how he plays basketball. And I look at guys like Tyrese and like I'll kind of put him in a category of like a Ben Simmons, whereas I deem it more realistic. How do I put this? I deem it more realistic that you can find a coach or a situation to make Russell Westbrook calm down than finding a situation that will ramp up Ben Simmons or Tyrese Halliburton. You know what I'm saying? Like when I talk about
it's easier to tell somebody to slow down than to speed up.
Yeah, those guys that you have to hope like, well, if you just turn it on, like they're not going to turn it on. They're just not. It doesn't happen. Like you can, like I said, get a guy to slow it down and things slow down and that'll work. But those guys that you have to like, hey, I need you to do more times than not, they're not going to do more.
I get what you're saying, and typically I agree. Like I know it was always like Paul Westphal used to say it all the time with DeMarcus Cousins. So much easier to try to tone down a fire than to try to light one under somebody. But every single time he's running the show, he's 20 and 10. So we're not talking about someone who hasn't shown that that's who they are. We're saying that they're not showing who they are when the other guy is there. And so I think that's the problem. Like he needs to actually have like that mentality every single time he steps on the court. He can't demur to someone else. He cannot just let someone else dictate who and what he's going to be in a game. And so like as he gets older and as he gets more mature in the league, I to be honest with you, I thought there was a point where he might be like a 15 or 16 point per game guy, like moving forward in the NBA. Like that would be his cap, right? I don't believe that at all at this point. Every single time it's him without Fox, he puts up 20 and 10. And it's not like a difficult 20. He cakewalks to 20, and he doesn't even have another distributor on the court.
It's 23.6 and 11.4 to be exact.
Without Fox?
Without De'Aaron.
Yeah. And so that's crazy how good he is without Fox. But again, you got to enforce your will. You got to imprint yourself on the game. You know, that's Luke Walton said it early in the season. We've told Tyrese we want him to imprint his personality on this team. We love his personality. We love his basketball IQ. We love what he brings to the court. We need more. That is exactly. So I think, again, if you take Fox off of this team, we're going to see something like that. I think we'll see 18 and 10 or 18 and 9 from Halliburton, like right away. Like that would be his averages. It might even be more. But are you winning? And, you know, I don't want to watch this team dump like the best assets they have unless they're getting back opposing franchises' best assets. And until they figure out how to do that, then, you know, I think you have to keep those two together and hope that it just takes more time. Because, again, go back and look at the first 2 years of CJ McCollum. Like, he just wasn't that good. Tyrese is a much better player at the same time than what we saw out of a guy like CJ. And I don't even think CJ is his ceiling at this point. Like he has, I don't know, he has Chris Paul-esque like instincts. Like his instincts are that good. And I think he could easily lead the league in assists every single year.
So sorry, Dame, but like, what do you think? Because I don't have the end. I don't know. That's why I'm asking for both of you guys' opinion. What do you think the issue is with him? Is it literally a status thing with the guy next to him? Because you think about it, when Fox isn't there, it's not like he's playing with Anthony Roberson, somebody who never shoots. He's playing with two hired guns, Buddy Hield and Terrence Davis. Like they shoot a lot, but yet he still finds a way to find his shots. But when De'Aaron is there, we have this issue. So is it all like a mental of like, this is supposed to be De'Aaron's team, so I'm going to fall back? Because it kind of feels like it's not even necessarily a style of play because he plays with other shooters and still puts up points. What do you think it is, James?
Yeah, but I don't think I think you're missing something. When Fox is off the court, what is Fox averaging on the season? 16, 17 shots per game? Like those shots are gone when Fox is there.
That's true.
And so he doesn't have those opportunities. He also doesn't have the ball in his hands as much when Fox is on the court. So, like, look, I think that's part of the problem, right? this team is built to score, even though sometimes they don't score, which is like the most frustrating thing. But your best players are players that are basically, 18 to 20 point scorers. Your De'Aaron Fox, your Harrison Barnes, your Buddy Hield, and even Rashawn Holmes is a guy that is so incredibly efficient. So that's a lot of shots to go around. And then Ty has to be more forceful. But again, we talked about it just a couple of minutes ago. That's where a smart team, like, there should never be a point, and this isn't a knock on him. There should never be a point in a game where Chimezie Metu is 2 of 8 from the field in the first quarter. That is an epic failure of every single person on the court, because that is exactly what the opposition game planned and forced you to do. And so if Tyrese Halliburton is shooting 43.7% from 3, he needs to shoot 8 times. He needs to shoot 9 times. I mean, I think one of the craziest thing that we've seen from Terrence Davis, he steps in and he's automatically averaging in games where he's actually starting and playing huge minutes. He's averaging over 10 3-pointers a game. Like, that's his job. His job is to come in and shoot. So I'm fine if Terrence Davis is shooting. I'm fine, even if Buddy Hield is shooting some of those shots that, we don't love. But when you're coming out of games and some of the guys that are leading this team in shots that are getting up all of these shots, you're just shaking your head and saying, that is exactly what the other team game plan for you to do. And, Marvin Bagley shooting a bunch of shots, and that's, again, that's another scorer. That's another guy who's made his money as a scorer. It's just crazy to me that we see, Damian Jones having to pull up for a 20-foot jumper because he's got nowhere else to go with the ball. That's who this team is. They aren't out thinking their opponent, and that's why they're bad. I mean, clearly.
We're talking Kings basketball here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. 49ers headed to the NFC Championship this weekend. We will have coverage for you all week here on D'Lo and KC. James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, with us here. Thoughts on Daryl Morey's latest public negotiations tactic and mentioning that, no, we didn't want De'Aaron Fox. We want Tyrese Halliburton and some picks, as reported in The Athletic today.
Yeah, and the immortal words of the late, great David Stern, life is a negotiation. Like, he's just going out there and saying whatever he wants at this point, and I've heard for a little while this interesting rumor that they were going to pull him down off that they aren't going to trade him at all, that they're going to hold on to him during till this summer and then trade him for Damian Lillard or
James Harden.
James Harden, right? And I just still I'm stunned that, like, have they already agreed to a deal? Because I don't think they agreed to a deal. So if you're going to put Damian Lillard, or if you're going to put James Harden on the block, like, who says that either of those teams are going to take Ben Simmons, a player who hasn't played in over a year at that point, to jump in and be part of their squad? Who's just going to openly take on a guy who sat out a season and say, oh, it's no big deal, we'll take him on? And the last time he played, he cost his team, dramatically in the playoffs, and all of his teammates and coach rallied against him and threw him under the bus. Like, I don't get where they believe that there's value here. I also think that there's going to be a grievance here that we're going to see from the players union where, they won't work with him. They promised to trade, and we haven't seen it. Like, this is a mess. And he just keeps kind of trying to drum up support for his guy on the open market. And I don't think that there is nearly as much value as people think. And, you are taking on a player who just sat out a year because he didn't like where he was. So what if he doesn't like where he's at the next spot?
Right.
So you are taking on a huge, huge risk when it comes to a guy like Simmons. And I don't think that Morey has played this well. I also think when he gets done with this, he's not going to have a lot of friends.
Oh,
so I don't think he's not going to have a lot of friends because, we talked about this before, but like these are people. Every single one of these players are people. Every single one of these general managers are people, and you've treated them extremely poorly. Even this here, you're treating Tyrese Halliburton like a piece of steak. And, people remember that. And, I think that there's a way to get James Harden to Philadelphia without a trade. And I also think that James Harden decided last time around to go to Brooklyn over Houston. He made that decision. There were comparable deals on the table, and that's where he ended up going. And, so what would make him, what makes Morey think that it's just a done deal, that if he gets to this summer, he's going to be able to trade Ben Simmons for a flat out gold mine? Like at that point, it's like, nope, I'll take Simmons, I'll take Maxey, and I'll take Thibault, and you're taking on my version of Tobias Harris' contract. Right. That's what you're going to get. You're not going to get some straight up deal where, this just works out. And, again, Harden makes twice as much, 15, 16 million more than Simmons, if you can imagine that. And so there's going to have to be other pieces moving back and forth. Yeah, this is a mess. All of it's a mess. And
miss David Stern.
Yeah,
David Stern would have blown everybody up by now.
Yeah, somebody should have stepped in at some point and just said, "Hey, enough of this. This is trash. You're
Sixers
messing with the whole league."
Where's the Sixer ownership at? That's who needs to step in and be like, "We're looking." Well, I know people don't like when people say let the basketball people do basketball things, but there comes a point when it's like, all right, man, this is getting ridiculous.
I wondered too, as this latest crop of rumors popped up, I wondered too, how much of this are potentially owners and basketball people taking a stand of, well, God damn it, we've got to stop letting these players dictate what they do. The inmates are running the asylum here in the NBA. God damn it, we let Anthony Davis do what he wants to. We're not going to let Ben Simmons do what he wants to. If he doesn't want to play, he can rot right there in his mental health program. And in my head, that's how it all sounds.
I hate having the feeling that I have because I agree with you, and I don't rock with that school of thought by some of the owners that I think 100% feel that way. But I also, unrelated, I look at Ben Simmons and I'm like, you're just okay not playing.
Yeah.
You're just okay not playing.
Same thing.
Kind of crazy to me, man. But I guess it might be a little bigger than just him playing with the Sixers.
It feels like it's a battle for the control of the NBA, like it's a ladder match or something, and the first one to, that's what it feels like. Ben Simmons is like suffering from the sins past of the National Basketball Association, and I don't think it's just owners. I think it's general managers. It might be coaches. I feel like Ben Simmons. This is all for Ben Simmons. I feel like there could be something a little more drastic, a little bit more deeper involved in all this.
At some point, we should probably remember that he averaged like 14 points a game last season.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, the last time he was on the court, he passed up a wide open dunk for a 3-point shot. He couldn't hit a free throw at all. Like, this is not a perfect player, and the fact that they're treating him as a perfect player. He's on the All-Star team 3 times because he's on one of the best teams in the league. And that's the way, and it's a big market team, and that's the way these things always work. I'll also point out this as my parting shot. Just remember that the NFL just took absolute ownership of the sports media world this weekend. He's just trying to steal back the thunder for a couple of days. That's what we're seeing today. This is trying to control, trying to make sure that your guy is out there. And again, I'm shocked that we could have to wait the whole 3 weeks to figure out when this is going to happen, the 2.5 weeks at this point. But this is painful to watch. And again, if you're the Kings, you're in the worst situation possible. You just keep losing games. And if you're going to lose games right now, you should probably lose games while you're trying to get Ben Simmons up to speed and trying to get him back on the court as one of your players, than losing all these games and then making a trade and then losing a bunch more because you're waiting for other players to show up and to become who you think they can be.
We got a
really quick, Casey,
from Vivek. Go Niners.
Okay, all right. There you go. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore, and you get more at thekingsbeat.com and with the Kings Beat podcast here on the Odyssey app or on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get podcasts from. You can catch up on D-Lo and Casey there as well. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, hit the thumbs up, hit the heart, and wherever you are, make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Niners beat Rodgers.
Oh, man. We're clear.
Yeah.
Talk amongst yourselves. I really have to go to the bathroom again.
It's a tough situation to be in. Like, this is like you're allowing one guy to literally make the entire league into a circus. And again, like, this is not something that David Stern would have let go on. He would have, like, behind the scenes, had some very strong worded conversations.
The interesting thing is, like, I don't know why see, this is what I ask. Like, when we talk about sometimes with, like, well, Buddy Hield is just shooting the Kings out of the game. Why do they keep passing it to him? You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, Buddy's just doing what Buddy's going to do. If you give him the ball, he's going to shoot. If you want him to stop shooting, stop passing him the ball. So when you talk about the NBA and Daryl Morey and Ben Simmons holding up the NBA, why are they letting them? Go make your own deals. Stop waiting around for Ben Simmons. Stop looking into this. Like, I agree with you. Like, he's an asset to a certain degree. Like, he's a good ball player, but he's not that nice where I'm just not going to make any deals in hopes of getting Ben Simmons. So he's only holding up the league because of the rest of these guys are letting it happen.
I fully agree. I'm watching, like, when it comes to the Kings, like, again, like the Metu comment, I feel bad, like, chiming in on Metu because I think he's a hardworking kid who's trying to do his best. But, like, would it be so hard to swap Barnes and Metu, where Metu is in the corner and Barnes is at the elbow? And so when Tyrese Halliburton goes to drive in and he doesn't have Rashawn Holmes open, he can pop it to Barnes on the elbow and not Metu. And so you now have a, like, 53% catch and shoot 3-point shooter shooting, as opposed to a dude who shoots, like 24% from 3. Like, it's just, I don't get it. It's, to me, like, so many. We always talk about it's the little things. It's not just that guys miss shots. It's that it's the same dudes who are missing shots all the time. Like, again, Buddy has just a golden opportunity to go out there and shine with De'Aaron Fox out, and he goes 2 of 11. It just, like, and it was worse than that. He hit a late one. It's just every single time there is an opportunity for someone like him to step up, he disappears. You might as well have had him out for the game too. Kings would have been better off. I guarantee it. Get those extra shots to some of the other guys that can actually shoot and hit. And then, we see Harrison Barnes have his takeover. And that's what kind of led me to the point with Fox. Like, Fox is shooting, like, what is it, 18 times a game, 17 times a game?
Yeah, 17.1.
Yeah, and it's climbing, right? Because he had really struggled early in the season. He's had games where he doesn't shoot that often, but for the most part, those games usually involve him going to the free throw line a whole bunch. He's still a super high volume scorer. And as soon as he's gone, you watch Harrison Barnes step up. But that was one of the first times we've seen him step up, right? That, like, he's been MIA since the first 2 weeks of the season. Yeah. I mean, even Alvin Gentry said something once, and then I was in a discussion with someone else behind the scenes over there, and they're like, like, the foot injury, he hasn't really looked the same since foot injury. And then you forget about the foot injury, that he went down with a foot injury early in the season, and it could take away some of his stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. There's an elbow extended, Rory. Seriously. Don't be a dumbass in the Seriously.
Boy, the chat'll make you want to fight, man. I swear to God.
Jesus.
That's for sure.
It is the elbow. It is the elbow.
Hey, I'm gonna start talking about Rory and his
elbow extended. Come on, man. You know where I'm talking about. Yeah.
Rory.
Yeah. And someone else asked in here if McNair and Maury are friends. Close, personally. David Jackson. Yeah, I mean, but here's the problem. Daryl Morey was Monty McNair's boss. Like, you're always going to have that mentor-mentee personality thing going on, and he's not giving Monty a deal because they have some relationship. He's just not. So, and no one is giving Monty a deal. Again, everyone is looking at Monty and saying, is he the sucker in the room? And if he is, we'll see here in the next couple of weeks. I think so far the savvy moves that he's done, the Bielitsa for Mo Harkless, I thought was savvy. Getting Terrence Davis for a couple of second-round picks was savvy. Getting DeLon Wright for Corey Joseph, that was savvy. Yeah. Anyway, all of those things.
Here's a thought. I'm just throwing things out there. I don't know if this is the way you do things anyway. If you're Monty, do you have to? I'm not saying torpedo the franchise, but do you have to possibly take some of those deals that you might think is a bad deal as a bit of a rites of passage? Do you think that they're looking at him like that? Like, man, you're not gonna come in here and outsmart us. Like, you're the rookie. You're gonna do things on our terms, and you take your lumps early, and you make it work. Like I said, I'm not saying trade Fox for a second round pick. I mean, but some of these were, all right, maybe we had to take this contract back or whatever, just to start to establish that rapport, establish, those networking things where you can come back at the next trade deadline or in the summer and be like, look, Presty, come on, man. Like, we worked before. Yeah, I looked out for you a little bit. I'm not saying look out for me, but return my calls. Let's have a real conversation. Do you think that plays a part in NBA front office circles?
Well, I think that the Kings, anytime you're mentioned in every single rumor, there was an intention of that early on, but now it's flipped on itself, and it's made it not only become a pressure situation, but it's also almost like the running gag, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're seeing that anytime any player is mentioned, the Kings are thrown in there. And whether they are actually mentioned in any trade discussion or not, they're thrown in there because everyone, it adds credence to it. It adds an additional team that could be interested, that we know is trying to do something super aggressive. So there is value to throwing the Kings name in there. So now the Kings have become that team that, has a reputation, that, that they're in every deal, that, that if we go to high school, we know who that is. This is where you put yourself. You're in a situation where you're going to get name dropped and used as leverage or thrown under the bus all the time. And do the Kings want that? Not necessarily. Monty's a guy who likes to work in under, the guise of like some sort of secrecy. I mean, we even saw last year, no one saw the Terrence Davis deal going. DeLon Wright, we'd heard a little bit, but the Bielitsa Harkless thing, maybe we had thrown that out as a potential because we heard Miami was interested in Bielitsa, and Harkless was really the only contract that made any kind of sense at all. But that's what the Kings just keep getting mentioned in every single one of these deals. And 95 or 99% of these deals are not going to get done. They're just getting used as a leveraging point. Now, that's not to say that they won't eventually end up with some big prize. It is possible, but it's also very, very possible that this team, that they come to the same realization that I came to over the weekend, that you just can't win with this team. And that means, and if you can't trade them for what you perceive as value, if you can't package Harrison Barnes with a first round pick and get a much better version of Harrison Barnes, then you need to take Harrison Barnes and trade him for a young player and a pick. That's the way it goes, because you're at a point where he's losing value by the day because he's only got one more year left at $18 million, which is a value. And he's still only 29 years old. And he's got plenty of basketball left in him. But, now we're talking about an impending free agency and stuff like that. And a player loses value in that situation. So if you have to, you cannot just sit still and do nothing, because this team has proven that they're a failure. As a group, they are a failure. And you need to find something else to do other than sit on your hands. And again, I know they're working really hard. And Wes Wilcox has been in the league a long time, so he's in there working the phones. Ken Catanella has been in the league a long time. Joe Dumars is there. Like, it's not like this team doesn't have enough people making phone calls and figuring out deals. It's that the deals that you really want, the other team isn't saying yes, and they want more than you're willing to give up. And I think that's where we're at right now with the Kings, like the Halliburton and a couple of first round picks. Like, yeah, all right, I'm not doing that. And if they do it, it's because they just really feel like they have no other options. And oh, by the way, that deal can't work unless a Buddy Hield or a Harrison Barnes are involved as well, unless you give us an additional asset. And so that's how they're kind of working there. So now we're looking at 2 of your bigger assets and 1 or 2 of your first round picks. That's a lot to give up for a dude who hasn't played in 7 or 8 months at this point.
Go subscribe to the Kings Beat YouTube channel right now. Just y'all are here. We're ending the stream. So go just type in the Kings Beat podcast and go subscribe to that channel. Sean and James are doing their shows over there in video form as well. So again, go subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast. There's 234 people still in here on YouTube. I know 100% aren't subscribing to the Kings Beat podcast. So head over to the Kings Beat and subscribe to the YouTube channel over there. We got to get James up to 1,000. Those are the rules. As James said, them's are the rules.
Them's are the rules.
We got to get Ham up to 1,000. And we got to get Kenny some food, even though he's eating during the show again, like it's a 2-hour show. So we will see y'all back here tomorrow at noon. And tomorrow, everybody just calm down. Everybody collectively calm down. We'll see y'all tomorrow.